And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding me up. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drumming round in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Holding.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
fall. All this rap about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man. Don't need a no man. Back and I'm better. You had to go back where you came from, now you're bitter. Out of sight, out of mind for real. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna be you for real. But if you don't play that for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, FIFA fans from Southern California and around the world, welcome back to the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. I'm your host, Dan Campion, joined by my co-host, Lisa Manley. Lisa, yet again, say hello to the people at home watching.
Yeah, hello everyone. I am thrilled to be casting alongside Danny again today. Danny, I hope you and the people at home are sitting down because we have a special one for you guys tonight.
That is right, Lisa. And after yesterday's absolute madness of the first four group stages, listen, it was incredible. We have another fantastic lineup for you today. 16 new competitors, and it's going to be amazing, Lisa.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be amazing. To be honest with you, after what we saw yesterday, we had so much drama from late goals, people thinking they qualified and they didn't. I mean, I think it's going to top it today, to be honest with you. With how many good players we saw yesterday, I think today it's going to be at another level.
Yeah, honestly, I think we'll have even more drama today, personally, than we did yesterday. I suspect a lot of gamers as well, a lot of competitors that are competing in this tournament, they would have been watching yesterday, Lisa, and one of the things they would have took away from yesterday's group stages is how important goal difference is. You know, you don't just have to win all your games, you've got to score a lot of goals as well. We've seen a couple of people go out on goal difference.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to get as many goals as you can possibly get. However, you don't want to be going, press after possession, loss, constant pressure, because you might concede goals. So I think you've just got to play as you can. But maybe if you realise the person you're playing against isn't at the level that you are, just don't keep trying to score. Try and go for it, because otherwise it could cost you like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, well, one thing that sticks out in my mind from yesterday, Lisa, is Tyler, who came into the chat after and gave his commiserations and congratulations to Santi, I believe, who finished top of that group after their head-to-head last game. And he said he, out of respect in his first two games, he didn't go for the extra goals. He was winning comfortably, and he ended up losing out by 2 goals, Lisa. So absolutely, heartbreaking for him, but it just goes to show that winning games just isn't enough. You need to score plenty of goals. But Lisa, listen, let's not forget what's at stake here as well, okay? Let's go through what these players are competing for, okay? Courtesy of Coca-Cola and McDonald's as well for making this possible. First place will win $1,000, Lisa, $1,000. Incredible. Second place will take home $500. And lastly, third and fourth place will each receive $250.
Yeah, I mean, that can cover quite a lot of bills, a fun trip somewhere, and of course, lots and lots of Coca-Cola. I'd definitely be interested to hear from the audience at home what they would do if they won such a big tournament like this and won $1,000 I mean, Danny, I'm actually going to be choosing some winners potentially in the chat, and
Yeah.
they could potentially win some Coca-Cola and some McDonald's, some T-shirts as well. We did see some winners yesterday, by the way, and you guys were messaged, just to let you know, to make sure to check your whispers. If you haven't already, you definitely would have been whispered.
Absolutely. Look, if we're going to do it right now, why not? Why not? Listen, if you're in the chat right now, tell us what you would do with the $1,000 prize pool, and I'm going to pick one person to win a Coca-Cola hat and T-shirt. T-shirt, actually. We'll do T-shirt. Coca-Cola and McDonald's T-shirt. I'm willing to give away today, Lisa. So if you're in the chat, tell me what you would spend it on, and the best story I'm going to choose. And you'll win a prize just because I'm feeling nice, Lisa. I'm feeling quite nice at the minute.
I'm gonna have to end that. It sounds too good, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, everyone's getting. There's a lot of perks of being involved here, honestly, throughout the whole week. But listen, don't worry. We didn't forget about the audience as well. The guys at home. The reason we're putting on this show, listen, they have a lot at stake too, Lisa. Throughout the tournament, including tonight, you've chances to win prizes of over a total of $3,000. $3,000, Lisa. It's incredible money being put up here.
I mean, there is a lot of money, and to be honest with you, yesterday we had 17 raffle giveaways. I mean, that is quite a lot. I obviously just mentioned that they'll be reaching out to you if they haven't already, but I'm sure they will do. And obviously, like you mentioned, we will be choosing someone in the chat that we might not have already, because some cool prizes. And yeah, I mean, also throughout the night, we will be doing numerous raffles in the chat. I mentioned yesterday, some of you did forget about it, but just type !raffle in the chat to have a chance of winning T-shirts, electronic accessories, and much, much more. So make sure to engage with us throughout this night. Pay close attention to the chat. We'll be looking at the chat as well, like we did yesterday, interacting with you as much as possible.
Absolutely, Lisa. And I'm just looking at the chat right now. There's a lot of stories coming in. One that stuck out here for me, Lisa. It's from Holly Sam Stokes. If I won 1,000 right now, I'd take my mum away for her dream little trip to Scotland before she starts her treatment. I think that's the winner, Lisa. I don't think anyone has any qualms about that. I think Holly Sam Stokes is the winner. If we could get somebody to contact Holly through whispers to let her know that she's won the McDonald's and Coca-Cola shirt, that would be amazing. Well done, Holly. And listen, Lise, this is where it gets really fun for these people at home, though, right? The second way you can enter and win even bigger prizes is through our app, the Bragg House app. These prizes include a brand new Apple AirPods, power banks, popcorn machines. I want the popcorn machine, Lisa. Okay, backpacks, and more. All you have to do is go to the App Store or Google Play, search and download the Bragg House, create an account. Of course, if you were referred by a SoCal ambassador, don't forget to use the promo code and show some love. And place your brags to earn SoCal FIFA 23 tokens to then redeem your prizes on the app's virtual store. We will have game stat predictions, or as we call them, brags, posted every day for the coming stream days of the tournament for you to place those predictions, climb up the leaderboards, and win prizes. In fact, if you still have time right now, in fact, you still do have time right now to place brags on tonight's matches. So hurry up, okay? Because the matches are about to start. When the matches start, they are locked in, so you won't be able to place them.
Yeah, and for those of you who are wondering, what is he talking about, brags? What are brags? Well, there are some fantastic questions, and I've got a little quick rundown for you right now.
Have you heard? Bragg House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Bragg House tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Bragg House app. Earning Bragg House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win one Bragg House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Bragg House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Bragg House tokens, go to the Bragg House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
All right. That is fantastic. Now, before we get to the actual action, the actual gameplay, for those that didn't catch yesterday's stream, let's do a quick rundown of how this tournament operates, okay? So, we are starting the tournament with 4 consecutive days of group stages. Yesterday was day 1, today is day 2. Each day we will have 4 groups per day with 4 student gamers per group, all competing in a round robin style, meaning they will face each other a totaling of 3 games per gamer. The top gamer with the most points at the end of the matches in the group will be advancing to the final bracket. Point system is simply traditional, 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points if you lose. If the top 2 gamers tie at the end of 3 games, the winner will be determined by the head-to-head result of those 2 gamers in the group. And at the event that match ended in a tie, we will go by the gamer that has a higher positive goal difference, which we've seen twice last night, Lisa. So, again, I have to reiterate the fact that you have to go for goals in this tournament, a lot of the time, the head-to-heads with the 2 top players, they finish in a draw. So goals are super important.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very exciting. From there, the top 16 gamers of all the group stages will face each other in a round of 16, which will take place this Saturday, where each of the 2 gamers will compete in a 2-legged match, where the gamer with aggregate highest score will be the one advancing into the quarterfinals the next day on Sunday. And the same logic applies from the quarterfinals to the semi-finals and semi-finals to the finals. Lastly, we'll have our championship final match on Sunday, right after the semi-finals, where the winner of the tournament will be declared.
Absolutely, Lisa. And the brag should be locked in by now, guys. If you haven't already, I'm just going to remind you to download it on your App Store or Play Store if you're Android as well, and get them brags locked in. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to get them in throughout the night as well and win some incredible prizes. Now, Lisa, I have to talk about this. This tournament alone, we had over 250 signups from college gamers across Southern California. And a little birdie may have whispered in my ear about Bragg House definitely planning to create a few more events for these guys. So guys, make sure you follow us on social media to keep up to date on all the events that will be taking place in the coming future as well. So guys, we're going to have a quick look at the results from day 1, just to keep you guys up to date. So as we can see here, Group A, we had Big Worm and the Press draw 0-0. We had Raxanti and Flex Tyler draw as well. That was the head-to-head tie that everybody was talking about last night, Lisa, and Raxanti and Flex. So Raxanti ended up going through as a result of goal difference. Flex Tyler scoring a last-minute equalizer, thinking that it was enough as well to maybe bring this game to another leg. But unfortunately for him, he was 2 goals behind. Listen, Lisa, the groups were fantastic. We had Gold Links run away with it in Group B as well. Of course, Jet Set Sunset. Of course, I'm still saying his name, the best name for me. It was fantastic to be calling some of his games, and I'm sure you'll hear it from me throughout these tournaments as well throughout the week. But listen, fantastic 2 groups at the start here. Raxanti advances in Group A and Gold Links advances in Group B.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at the groups yesterday, I didn't think we was ever going to get a couple of groups that was so close. Obviously, you mentioned Gold sort of took it to the next level and not many people could catch him. However, in the other group, it was close and it came to the last game. Obviously, Tyler narrowly missing out. However, I was actually looking at the groups that we've got today and looking at some of the names. One of the names that sort of stands out for me is Die Goat. I mean, that's a strong name. I think I'm looking to see, he's going to be at my top, I think.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at some of the names as well, and some of them are very creative. And listen, Lise, it's not the names that win these games, though. We seen it yesterday. We picked a couple of names that maybe we thought, okay, but it didn't turn out as such in terms of their ability to play FIFA. Or, sometimes they just weren't better than their opponent or whatever. But the interesting topic that I want to talk about from yesterday was Depresh and him with his team choice. Now, we were seeing constantly PSG, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Man City quite a lot as well. Depresh played with Ajax, and as much as I hate to say it, at least, I feel like he suffered because of that.
Yeah, I definitely think he did. I think in the final third, especially, that's where he suffered because he had quite a few opportunities where if it was the likes of Benzema, Ronaldo, any of them, Mbappe, Messi, Neymar, it would have flew in the back of the net. But because it wasn't, it was with someone like Tadic, for example, it was just either easy for the goalkeeper to save or it was just pushed out for a corner or whatever, so it just wasn't really good enough. And I think potentially if he did go for a better club, he might have come out on top. However, I'm hoping throughout the tournament, especially in the next couple of days before maybe the quarterfinals, someone that maybe is at the top of the group and has got nothing to lose, or just someone might pick a different team to be a bit different, even not as a meta team, maybe like Liverpool or United. They're still good, but they're not the
Whoa,
worst.
whoa. You can't say not a meta team and throw Liverpool into the mix, okay? All right. We listen, Lise, come on. Put some respect on Liverpool's name, okay? Maybe Manchester United, maybe. Okay, I will agree with you on that one, but Liverpool are head and shoulders above Man United anyway. What you think in the chat? I think I'm correct, to be honest. I don't know. I think we're going to get a lot of people agreeing with me. But listen, Lise, we have a variety of different universities today as well. We have Duran Dizzle. He is representing Azusa Pacific University. We have Trulis, who is representing Westcliff University. And we have Daigo Rio Hondo College. And then in Group F, obviously, we have Tuzo, San Diego State University. And, we have a variety of different universities. And it's fantastic to see, again, they're getting to represent their universities. They're getting the bragging rights. They're getting a chance to win $1,000 as well, Lisa. And again, I'm going to ask you this question, the same one that I asked at the start, before the start of games yesterday, Lisa. And what would your advice be, for these gamers who are coming in here, they're playing live, people are watching them, they're playing against players that they don't know about. There's a lot up for grabs, and there's a lot of pressure. You really do kind of have to win 3 games to get out of these groups. They're very competitive. What would your advice be to these gamers?
Yeah, I think obviously before a tournament is really, really hard. I think nerves do get the best of you. Even me to this stage, every time I have a tournament, I'm nervous. And that does affect me, to be honest with you. When I go into the game, I'm not doing them passes that are potentially going to concede me the ball and end up conceding the goal. So I think for me, just try and stay calm as much as possible. Try and play the best you can. Obviously, on the circumstances, it might be a little bit too hard, but just forget about the pressure. Try and get that early goal. That is massive for me. Whenever I do get that early goal in the game, it sets me and it makes me very, very confident for the game. However, it looks like we're starting.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in to game number 1 of the group stages on day 2 of the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament, presented and sponsored by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. Lise, we're here again, day 2. I, for one, couldn't wait for this to start today. I was buzzing, and it looks like it could be an early chance. And Lisa, we are seeing Liverpool here, which is exactly what you said you wanted to see. And of course, straight away, 4 FIFA minutes in, we see a goal from the Egyptian king, Mohamed Salah. That's what he does, Lisa. He's been doing it all season, consecutively for 4 seasons now with Liverpool, and he's doing it on the virtual field as well. What a start that was.
I think I might have spoken into assistance again. I did say there was a terrible team, and personally, I think I'm correct. I'm a United fan. However, an early goal in this game, he won't be complaining.
Absolutely, and we see Trulis coming up with the first goal of this tie. He is representing Westcliff University, and he draws the first blood in this game. And Lisa, the standard was very, very high last night. These groups, they have a lot to really live up to, because last night was absolutely phenomenal in terms of ability, and it kept us on the edge of our seat for 4 straight hours, put it that way. There wasn't one game where I've sat there and thought, do you know what, actually this is a complete whitewash. Maybe 1 or 2 that were kind of mismatched, but for the most part, the ability wise, they were very, very close, right? Oh my God, it's 2-0 again. And Salah again, Lisa. Every single time, Lisa, I go to speak to you, they see the score. It's as if they just don't want to hear you, Lisa. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I think, interesting to see Liverpool, to be honest. And you might get a hat-trick, maybe Salah, which is definitely realistic in real life, I suppose. He's been scoring quite a lot of goals for Liverpool recently. However, on the flip side, can we get a goal back to make this a little bit, tense, spicy for the chat? It's doable.
Well, listen, you spoke about it. It's happened. You have a habit of speaking things into existence, and it's 2-1. And what a game we have here, Lisa. 2-1 in the first 14 minutes of this FIFA match. And again, it looks like we're going to be treated to goals tonight, Lisa, if this game is anything to go by.
People are probably thinking I'm seeing stuff in advance, because at the moment I'm predicting everything.
Absolutely, and what a start we have. And again, Lisa, we're seeing two teams here, Bayern Munich and Liverpool. You know, we've seen quite a lot of Bayern Munich last night as well with team selection. You know, they're quite strong. They have, you know, De Ligt in centre back. They have Mane, they have Sané, Coleman, Muller there as well. And, you know, some very, very, very top players, 5-star skillers there as well with Coleman also. So it's most likely we're going to be seeing Bayern Munich quite a lot. You know, PSG, Real Madrid, and you know, so it's quite refreshing, like you said before, to see someone like Liverpool being used, you know, who I think are quite usable this year as well. You know, they still have some good players. Of course, they have Van Dijk as well in the back, who's obviously, we know about Van Dijk in the game this year. He's an absolute brick wall, absolutely auto defender, you know, some people call him. So, some very usable players as well. So, you know, it's nice to see it. And hopefully we see a range of different teams being used tonight as well. But for now, it is Bayern Munich versus Liverpool. 1-2 is the scoreline, and Trulis does have the lead, Lise. Early signs here from Randizel as well of a little bit of pressure. He's starting to kind of take control of the game a little bit. What do you think, Lisa? Is he? Are we going to see a comeback? Has he gone full press as well? I feel like he has.
Yeah, he might have, and I'm pretty sure after the update today that happened, if you go press after possession onto constant pressure, your team will be dead a lot more quicker. I think they lowered it by 50% to nerf it. So I think if he does do that, it might go to bite him in the rest of the game. However, yeah, I think, you know, it could potentially be a comeback here. Obviously, when you're 2-0 up, we know in foot champs or rivals that, you know, it's not a good scoreline. It feels like one, but as soon as you go 2-1 down, you know, 2-1 up, you sort of self-doubt yourself and think, actually, are they going to come back? Then it's 2-2 and you think, I've actually bottled this. So I think, yeah, it's potential. However, he started off strong, so that maybe, potentially, can he carry on and get the next goal, because Salah is on fire at the moment.
Yeah, and he is looking for that Salah every single time, which is what he's done now. This time he was blocked by Randizel, and good defending there. He closed down the space very, very quickly. He acknowledged the danger, and now we see a counter-attack from that man Sadio Mane playing against his former team. Very upsetting for me to see that, Lisa. I'm still not over the whole transfer saga of him going to Bayern Munich, so it's quite upsetting to see him play. And of course, he actually got injured in real life as well, Lisa. It looks like he's going to miss the World Cup, and it's such a shame. So many great players are missing the World Cup this year through injury because it's been so close to the season, and you know, it's really, really, we do hate to see that happen. You know, but at least it looks like it's kind of 50-50 at the minute. You know, it's end to end. No one's really taking a stronghold on the match, getting by the scruff of the neck. It's kind of a little bit sloppy, possession changing over a lot. So, you know, I think we're going to be treated to a good game here, especially in the second half. If it stays 2-1, it's going to be getting edgy. It's going to be getting intense, and you know, there's going to be a lot of end-to-end attacks here. And that's Salah. Salah is the main man for Trulis here, isn't he? Really, Lise?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is. He's definitely getting on the scoreboard, and you know, we could have seen a hat-trick within about 30 minutes in game time, but it was thankfully locked, because otherwise I think 3-1's quite a tough scoreline to get back for the Randizel. However, we've seen a couple of goals being scored quite quickly, but potential chance here for 2-2. Oof, defended really, really well. And we do know, obviously, like you mentioned, Liverpool's defence is actually, you could probably class as meta. Obviously, Van Dijk, Joe Gomez. I wonder if he actually gets called up for the England side for the World Cup. I mean, good player. We have quite a lot of injuries at the back. I mean, chat, let us know. Do you think he's going to be called up?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the main kind of topic of the World Cup this year, Lise, is that there's quite a lot of injuries to big name players as well, and squads are kind of stretched at the minute. But through that, you know, it gives opportunity to other players, you know, who may have never been on the plane. So it is with every kind of negative, there's a positive, and a big chance here with Mane getting in behind, and this time it's blocked in the 45th minute. And what a first half of FIFA we have seen in this first game of the night, Lise. And if this is anything to go by for the rest of the night, we're in for a treat. It is attack versus attack. Mohamed Salah with the 2 goals in the first half for Trulis, and Randizel is up against it at the minute. Lisa, are we going to see any tactical changes really from either team at halftime or kind of early in the second half?
We normally do see substitutions being made 65th minute in a game of FIFA. I mean, depending on how you're playing or whether you think you need to make a change or a tactical formation change, sometimes you do. But I think at 2-1, you keep it as it is. Interesting to see the 4-2-3-1 narrow being used. I know it's a very OP formation this year, but most people tend to go for the 5 at the back, or there's loads of formations, 4-2-2 as well, 4-4-2. There's so many OP formations this year, which is not normally the case in FIFA. Normally it's just that 1 or 2 formations. But this year, I thought there was a variety of ones you can actually use that are OP.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, last year we all know the meta was the 3-5-2 after Damie clutched up that E-Prem with his mastermind tactics, and everybody was running it near the end of FIFA. I know I was, and it was certainly the meta. Like you said, this year there's a range of it. I like the 4-4-2 personally. You know, the 4-2-3-1 is quite good as well. And but like you said, oh, there could be a chance here, at least, and it could be. Oh, and he squandered it. Mane central of the goal, and you expect him to finish that, but early warning signs here for Trulis that, you know, Randizzle is going nowhere. He's going to be here till the very end of this game, and that's a big, big opportunity, Lisa.
Yeah, it's a massive opportunity. You need to be scoring in that situation. However, nerves, knowing what's on the line, can get involved. However, you know, getting a goal back or getting a goal to go a goal up is huge. So I think the next goal in this game is vital. If our main man, the Randizzle, can get it, it's game on. On the flip side, if Trulis gets it, I think it's game over.
Yeah, well, like you said, the next goal is crucial and pretty self-explanatory, really. But, you know, I mean, at 3-1 down, you know, Trulis has shown a bit of resiliency in defence as well. But we are seeing some lovely, intricate play here. And he's down the line with Mazraoui. And he just, you know, a little bit of patience, Lisa, right? That's all that's missing kind of for the Randizzle at the minute. You know, I feel like he's a little bit too... you know, edgy in the final third. He needs to just kind of take his time, maybe agile dribble, find the space a little bit. But we're seeing some lovely football here, and Jota is in. He opts to shoot from that angle. Probably not the best decision, but there wasn't really anything else on. But again, Lise, exactly what we thought in the first half. It's still end to end. They are going for each other here, and I expect there to be a few more goals before the end of this game.
I definitely think there'll be another goal, probably another couple of goals, to be honest. At the moment, I'm hoping that it could be a couple of goals to maybe even the next one to make it 2-2 to make it spicy. Like a last 90th minute goal would be, it'd just be great.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be great for Trulis, who would be looking at 3 points drop, but Mane's in, and he kicks it straight at Alisson, and Alisson saves and puts it out for a corner. But yet again, Lisa, you know, Trulis is finding gaps in this defence.
Yeah, he sure is, and I think he needs to capitalise on it, really. You know, Trulis, so far, obviously, he's with Liverpool, for those wondering, and he's 2-1 up. But if you don't take these chances within the next, 15 minutes in game time, he could see himself 2-2. But a potential, he's offside. Oof, yeah. That was close. That could have been a 3-1 game set match.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, Lise, it's looking like this could be a tight affair, but judging from the first half, 14 FIFA minutes it took us to get 3 goals, and it's kind of been at a stalemate since then. So, I mean, it's kind of waited itself out, really. I would have thought that this would have been a high-scoring game, 5-4, 6-5, something like that. But it seems to me that it's just kind of trickling out, and it's only a matter of time before we see another goal, which we could do now. And Mane is hit the post this time. Oh, my days. That's a big chance, Lisa. And again, another chance wasted. And Lise, what can we say? It's just chance upon chance that has been wasted here.
Yeah, I mean, that potential... I almost literally just couldn't speak there. That was just another opportunity that he's had in the last, 4 minutes in game time, especially with the main man Mane in that position. You need to be finishing. And that could have been him being 3-2 up and not 2-1 down just in the space of a couple of minutes. It's crazy. However, I mean, he's piling on the pressure. I'd love to see a late goal in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Big chances there, Lisa, in this first game. And again, we're going to be probably repeating ourselves all night, right, Lisa? You got to take your chances at a tournament of this level with the level of players that we have. If you're not clinical, you're going to get punished, right?
Yeah, you sure are. A potential chance here. Twisted and turning. The extra
pass! There it is! 2-2. That is the equaliser with 14 FIFA minutes left. This could open the game wide open. And listen, this is blowing the game wide open, rather. We are seeing Gomez at right back there, Lisa. That's a bit of he seems to be bringing Trent Alexander-Arnold in at CDM as well. Gomez at right back is a bit of a weird selection, right?
Yeah, you definitely don't expect it, but you could maybe say, down to pace, maybe. Maybe that's why he's doing that, and obviously he's bringing on Trent in midfield. We know that in real life, potentially Trent should play there instead of right back because going forward he's very good, and I think that would be great to see him in real life there. However, interesting choice. It seems like he's actually brought on Trent there in the midfield, like you mentioned, for Oxlade-Chamberlain. But yeah, very interesting. In your opinion, why would you say that he did that other than maybe potentially not having a better right back other than putting Trent in the midfield.
Yeah, probably the same as you. Probably down to the pace aspect, Obviously, Lenti being in the game this year kind of counteracts that with Trent, because I feel like he actually does. I used him for a couple of games this year. But, Lisa, just as we say, is he onside? He's offside, Lisa. He's just offside. I thought that was it. Mohamed Salah, his eyes lit up. That hat-trick was ready to be got, and unfortunately for him, he was found offside. But yeah, I think just going back to the point we're making, Lisa, I think the pace factor comes into it for right back. Joe Gomez is probably a bit quicker than Trent in this game and a bit stronger, and Trent in CDM is probably a really, really good shout as well. Like you said, in real life, I think maybe he'll do a job there too, because defensively he's not as aware as most right backs in the game these days. But we are seeing some good play here, and this could be the winning goal. Oh, take it off his boot just as he's about to hit the shot, and good defending there. Acknowledged the danger and snuffed out anything got to do with it. And, Trent's passing is what makes him such a great card in this game. He was really, really good passing, Lise, and I think CDM is definitely a position that you could play him in 100%.
Yeah, I think he should have shot that a little bit earlier. I think he took an extra touch, and that's where he allowed the defender to get back to defend it. But I definitely think there's going to be a last goal here, and I think, is it going to go the way that we've expected it? I think it's going to be the one last chance. Are we going to see him hold off, waiting for that time, or is he going to go for it now?
Oh, he's getting one last chance here, Lise. This could be it. This is it. And it looks like it got sniffed out. It's probably going to be called now, and that is it. 2-2 in our opening game. Lisa, what a way to showcase and start this tournament. Incredible. We see 3 goals after 14 FIFA minutes, and we're kind of licking our lips. We're saying, okay, here we go. This is it. The start of the night. 3 goals in 14 minutes, but it kind of died out a little bit. They kind of, matched each other, kind of canceled each other out, and the chances were there, but the clinicalness just wasn't, Lisa. And that's what we kept repeating last night, is that you have to be clinical in these type of tournaments, because if you miss a chance up the other end, you're going to end up ruining it, and you could lose all points. But a point gained each for each player. What are we thinking? Ability-wise, they were 2 really, really good players, Lisa.
Yeah, I think that was really, really good. I think, obviously, like you mentioned, there was 3 early goals in that game, thinking that we might have around 6 goals in total. However, like you mentioned, they started cancelling out each other, working out how each other plays. However, it's interesting that, like you mentioned, we saw a different team that we haven't actually seen throughout the tournament in Liverpool. I think started off really well. However, on the flip side, the Randizzle, he had 2 quick chances within a couple of minutes that would have seen him be 3-2 up, which changes the game completely. I think we just need to see a little bit more composure in the final third, and I think there'll be even more goals flying in. And you could say, can that game go back to haunt both of them? Because we know that most of the people that won yesterday won all their games in their group. However, obviously, if it does go down to them 2 in the group, it goes down to the draw, and then it obviously goes down to the fact that who scored the most goals. So if it goes like that in the rest of the tournament, I'm excited, because that level of gameplay was very good.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 players, really, they created a lot of chances, Lisa, and it comes back again to us repeating it. Clinicalness is the main thing you have to be focusing about here. Scoring as many goals as possible, scoring as quick as possible, and really just trying to go for the jugular early on in these games. Don't leave anything to chance, and just get the job done. Get them 3 points on the board, and you will give yourself the best chance at going through top of your group. We have now joined the second game of the night. It is Man City versus PSG, a familiar sight for us, Lisa. We've seen these 2 teams play against each other quite a lot. We didn't see many wins for Man City last night, Lisa, and it came down to the fact that we've decided on our expertise, because we are obviously experts in FIFA 23 and FIFA in general, that, Man City, it takes a special kind of, way of playing to control this team, to use Haaland effectively. Are we going to see more of the same tonight?
Yeah, exactly. I think we're definitely going to see more, probably potentially PSG than Man City, especially with how good the front 3 is. However, if Man City is a team that you like to use because you like to do over top 3 balls, it's perfect for you. Like, we know how good Lemphy is this year and how good Haaland is. If you're able to play that type of way, it'll work for you. But a potential chance here from a mistake, however, defended really well on the flip side. But yeah, I mean, I think if your play style is to do 3 balls over the top, then I think City is the way to beat. However, if it's not and you like to work the ball in and do a bit of skill moves, I think PSG is for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen a big chance there, Lisa, with Lionel Messi looking to score. We've seen a little bit of agile dribbling there, Lisa. So signs that this is quite a high-level player, using that agile dribbling to try and create that space. But Haaland has got in here. And can he score? Lisa, we've seen a keeper movement straight away we see some keeper movement there. And again, another indicator for us watching at home that these two players are high-level players, and we could be in for a treat here. What a decision to move his keeper here as Haaland bared down on goal, raspered a shot into the top corner, but because of the way he moved his keeper, he got a hand on it, at least.
Yeah, exactly. We speak about goalkeeper movement in this game. It's vital to do. However, if you do it the wrong way, it's going to cost you a goal. And a potential chance from the corner. And,
Wow.
I mean, we didn't expect to be seeing that. Definitely the goal of the tournament so far.
Wow, wow, wow. And look at the celebration as well, Lisa. That's another thing as well, of course, that we've seen an abundance of last night was different types of celebrations. And Lisa, the one that you love the most, the gritty. It's become an absolute fan favorite this year. When people score against their opponents, they drop out the gritty, and it does seem to just, drive your opponent crazy. I know it drives me crazy, Lisa. I don't know about you, but when I concede an annoying goal or any goal and somebody gritties on me, I sit up in my seat. I peel myself off the seat. I sit up closer to the screen and I start trying to really sweat it out and get that goal back so I can make him eat his words. But what a turn that is from Lionel Messi. And again, another save from Ederson keeps the scoreline at 2-0. And, maybe PSG ruined a couple of their chances here again. Lee's coming down to the clinicalness. But this time, he's gone for the shot at a hard angle. And it's just skimmed off the post. And again, Lisa, another chance that's gone begging.
Yeah, exactly. I think these two players are looking really good. I mean, although 2-0 up, Daigo is looking really, really good as well. We're seeing, we saw their goalkeeper movement. We're seeing drag backs. We haven't seen it to Villa yet. However, we did join the game a little bit late. However, the way they play agile dribbling, the way they're making triangles, it's just looking great. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the tournament, especially in this group as well. Potential mistake there. Messi, what a last-ditch challenge there. I know personally, I wouldn't be doing that, but potential chance.
Another chance gone missing for PSG. And this, Lisa, again, you have to think, if Dracula comes out with the loss in this game, he really only has himself to blame with his clinicalness. We're seeing De Bruyne pass the ball through to Mahrez into Haaland. Haaland with the volley, and he makes him pay. 3-0, Haaland, and he is going for it in the celebrations as well. He's a robot in real life. He's a robot in FIFA. And Lisa, again, it comes down to not taking your chances. 3-0, and Daigo has to be really, really upset with himself right now. Not Daigo, sorry, Dracula has to be very upset with himself now, given the chances that he's had with this PSG team.
Yeah, exactly. I think in this game so far, they've both been great. But when you have the opportunities in and around the box, like he has, and he's been missing, we saw one there with Neymar. We saw a mistake pass back to him, and he missed that. You mentioned about opportunities and taking them, because if you don't, it's going to cost you.
Absolutely. At least, you know what? As much as it's 3-0 and, we're looking at this game and some people will say it's over, I'm going to make a bold statement and say that this game is not over right now, because from what I've seen from Dracula, he's able to play FIFA and he's able to create the chances, and it's only a matter of time before he opens up the defense. But again, we're seeing De Bruyne. And Man City are finding holes as well, but it's just PSG. They need to get the shooting boots out and hit the rasper the back of that net, because it's all that's missing right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's just got to get that first goal, and I'm sure the momentum will start flying. And a potential chance again. It's literally save after save. Sometimes it's the matter of your goalkeeper being at top of his game. And in this case, I'm not sure who that is. I can't quite see. Is it potentially... Who is that? I assume is it... Hang on, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to work my brain and remember. Oh, Ederson, I think it is. He is a very, very good goalkeeper. Yeah. We know how good he is in real life. I was thinking it was PSG then, and I was thinking, is it Keylor Navas or is it Donnarumma? But it was on the flip side, and it was Ederson. However, I personally haven't played against him or played with him. But I think after seeing these saves, I think he's going to have to be in my team.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Ederson has been a favorite among some of my mates that are playing FIFA recently, and it looks as if he's going to be one of the top goalkeepers of the game this year as well, Leafs. And it's looking bleak now. Last dying stages of the game right now, and 3-0 comfortable win. But we've seen at least he has to go for more goals here just to make sure, right? And he is finding it. Trivela! Oh, and that was inches away, Lisa. Absolutely inches away. And Dracula almost hitting the back of the net with that Trivela. But again, Lise, it comes down. We're acknowledging the level of these players as we look on, which all we can do is just say what we see. And we're seeing Trivelas, we're seeing, fake shots, we're seeing skill cancels, as you've seen there, like a little Cruyff turn and stuff as well. So the level of these players are very, very good, Lise. And people should stand up and see these players and know that this is what's ahead of me. Especially if I get to the finals, these are the level of players that are going to be that I'm going to be up against.
Yeah, exactly. And so far in this tournament, I think Dracula, he has played very, very good FIFA. Let's be honest. I think him being City. Just wanted to quick the chat that he is City so far, and he's got so many goals on. However, on the flip side, Daigo has had so many opportunities where, to be honest with you, this could be a 3-3 game, maybe even a 4-3 to him. He just hasn't taken his chances, and I think he'll be very, very upset that he hasn't been able to put a couple of goals on board because, if he goes on to win the rest of the games and it goes down to goal difference, he's going to be upset because I think it's been a closer game than what the scoreline shows.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. And again, just kind of reiterating what you said, I think that was a game that kind of got away, and it didn't need to be a 3-0 game. As you said, it could have been 3-3. He could have even won it. For me, I think Daigo had more chances, to be honest. But again, it comes down to who's more clinical. These players are all high-level players. They're able to create chances, but are they able to put them away? That is the question. And that's what the question has been from last night. And it's obviously coming through to tonight as well, Lisa. And again, 3-0 win, Daigo's going to be very disappointed with himself that he couldn't even score a goal. He had a lot of chances, 1v1s with Messi. He had a couple of angles where maybe if he green timed at least, I find now for myself, when I'm green timing these shots from tight angles, especially on a weaker foot, they tend to go in quite a lot from these angles. So it does really help. And so maybe something that Daigo could take away from this game, start working on his game a little bit more. But he still has 2 more games to go, Lisa, and anything can happen as we've seen from last night.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would have been good to win your first game to get a bit of momentum, but it isn't over yet. I think he played really, really well in that game. He just wasn't able to get that goal that he needed. Maybe the extra pass he could have done. There were certain situations where he shot from an interesting angle, to say the least. However, the extra pass across the box make it a 95% chance of a goal. But I think he showed some good signs in that game with skill moves that he did. We saw Trivelas in that game as well. So I think going into the next game, I think he needs to try and get that win just to get the momentum going a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, let's talk about Dracula, a clinical performance, 3-0, 3 points on the board, plus 3 goal difference. He has to be feeling very confident going into the rest of these games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you've not conceded, you must be confident. However, I think he obviously could have conceded, but down to his opponent not being as clinical as maybe what you would expect, especially in that final third. I think in general, going into the next game, with the goals that he was scoring, by the way, I'm pretty sure we see like a cross and he volleyed it. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, we saw even, what was it, Laporte, a bicycle kick, I think it was. I mean, the goals that he was scoring, I probably score once in a year. Like, that is absolutely madness season. Like I mentioned earlier when it went in, I think you could potentially say goal of the tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we have to talk about, at least, you mentioned it kind of in one of the games there, there's been a live tune in to FIFA as of, I believe, yesterday or last night. And like you said, with the constant press, which was so OP as well, when you went 1-0 down, you've seen a lot of people using it because it was so OP and it was hard for your opponent to find space. You were breathing down their neck. They have actually increased the stamina loss for your team, for your players by 41%, which is a massive change to the game, Lise. It makes it less usable for the rest of the game, where, of course, the introduction with 5 subs made it easy for you to do this. Now your players you're essentially done by half time, so some very interesting new features that are being brought into FIFA. They seem to be listening to the fans, complaining about certain little things, and and for me, I'm a fan of it. There's nothing worse than going 1-0 up, all of a sudden being constant press, you find yourself 3-1 down because you can't get out of your own half. So it's going to be interesting to see how that affects today's games, though, Lisa, and I'm looking forward to it. Right now, though, guys, we are going to take a short intermission. We will be right back with the rest of the games. Don't go anywhere.
That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
When all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away for you, the way for you, the way for you. Don't need a man. Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh.
That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I was like this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're stronger. change me. I am stronger than you could ever hope to be. You don't deceive me. I see through some screens. Throw away your love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we have joined right at the exact moment that Daigoat has just wrapped it into the bottom corner there. Lisa, what a start for Daigoat in this game against the Randizzle. Randizzle again finding himself again behind, Lisa, and it's going to be a difficult mountain to climb from here on out.
Yeah, it definitely is, to be honest with you. I mean, we joined at a perfect time as well to see a goal. Sometimes we do join a game and it is a bit too late. However, we joined at the perfect time. And I mean, a perfect start there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be delighted with that start. And I think we're just having a little bit of a connection issue with the stream there, Lise. So we're going to come back to us. And look, Daigoat seems like he's the one to beat in this group, Lisa. He's showing us, you know, I mean, he was sorry. I'll say that again. He was disappointed with the last game, right?
Yeah, I mean, he sure was. Obviously, he ended up losing 3-0 and he couldn't put the ball in the back of the net. However, on the flip side, in this game, he was able to, which is a great start, especially so early into the game. Now is where momentum is, and he's got to get a couple of more goals in the rest of this game to see himself being 1 win, 1 loss, which, if he wins the game after, that puts him 2-1 in the group, which could say potential to go out of the group depending on other results.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of a round robin format, Lisa. It's not just if you make a mistake, you're out. There is the chance of other people dropping points and making mistakes also, and that's the great thing about a round robin format. And I believe one of the players' internet died, Lisa. We've all been there where our Wi-Fi as disconnected is a little bit unfortunate. But listen, going off that start from Daigo, he looks like he needs business. I mean, last game we said he just didn't put the chances away. He couldn't take his chances. We see there with Lionel Messi at the start of the game, probably his first chance of the game, cutting in that lethal left foot of Lionel Messi, and he wrapped it into the bottom corner. Maybe that was a little wake-up call for him, Lise.
Yeah, we obviously speak about passing the ball into the box, maybe the extra pass as such, and when you've got Messi in that position, left or right foot, obviously you'd prefer it on the left, but in that position you're going to score, aren't you? And luckily he did. We spoke about, obviously, the game before, him not taking these chances. I feel like in the game before he may have took that from a further distance, so getting it into the box there, like I mentioned, it's going to go in the back of the net, and he was able to, which, I mean, the GOAT, what can we say? Messi, and he's called GOAT himself, GOAT his name is, so hopefully we could see him go on to win this game. However, we do know how both the teams do play, obviously Bayern and also PSG are very, very good teams.
Absolutely, Lisa. And again, I think it's kind of a bogey off his back after that last game. He would have been very disappointed with not scoring in that game. He created a lot of chances, just wasn't his day. And again, Lisa, it comes down to the goalkeepers again tonight, Lisa. We were talking about Donnarumma, Courtois, these great goalkeepers. Ederson keeping Daigo out last game as well with a lot of 1v1 chances. And we were saying again last night, it was a theme almost, with the teams that these players are choosing, with Donnarumma, with Courtois, Ederson, they're top goalkeepers. And this year goalkeepers are very OP in certain situations, so surely that comes into play as well. Or would it be a factor for you, choosing these teams? Would you kind of think, oh yeah, I've got Donnarumma in goal, or I've got Courtois in goal, and that's worth choosing Real Madrid in itself or PSG in itself?
Yeah, I think for me, I like to use the players that are 5-star skillers. We know it's not as effective this year, but I still like to use them. Obviously, like Ball Scoops, 5-star skillers. So I think, me personally, I'd probably use PSG because of that. Mbappe, Neymar, good 5-star skillers. However, on the flip side, I think, like you mentioned, goalkeepers are very, very important. And especially yesterday, we saw, I think, probably about the most amount of saves from Courtois. I mean, in 1v1 situations, he was literally saving everything. At one point, I think he even just ran out and it hit him in the face. Like, he didn't even, do the animation of a save. He literally just hit it straight into him and he saved it still. So I think, personally, for that factor, and we know how good Real Madrid does as well. Obviously, we've got Vinny as a 5-star skiller. I think I'd potentially maybe pick Real Madrid as well because, Courtois, he was unstoppable yesterday. I think he probably saved about 8 shots of the game, and that made that person win. So I think, me personally, I'd probably pick either of them two, but I think if I had to decide, PSG would top it because they do have 2 good goalkeepers as well in Keylor Navas and Donnarumma.
Yeah, that's actually a question I was going to ask you. Put yourself in these competitors' shoes right now, right? I'm going to ask you, give me your 3 teams that you would be using in this competition right now and why.
Wow, you put me on the spot every time. I see how it is.
I know, I like it. I see you put you on the spot a lot. I think it's good. It's good.
Luckily, it's a question that I can answer. It would be quite awkward if I couldn't. But yeah, I think if I had to pick 3 teams, it'd probably be, I think, first of all, it's got to be PSG. Like I mentioned, the 3 at the front, they've got an all-round great team. We obviously saw Sanchez yesterday getting up the pitch, scoring quite a bit of goals as well in that cam position. Defensively, they've got Kimpembe, Marquinhos, and goalkeeper, they've got 2 great goalkeepers that you could potentially use. If I had to go second, I think it'd probably go Real Madrid, especially with, like I mentioned just a minute ago, Courtois, how good he is. You've got Vinny, you've got Benzema, and you told me yesterday of how good he is, and you use him yourself. So I think, obviously, Valverde as well. We saw him in the midfield get a couple of goals yesterday as well. And I think, finally, it's a tough one. I think I would potentially go Bayern Munich because we've seen them quite a lot and they've been really good. But I think I've got to shift and forget about Meta a little bit and potentially just put my favourite team in United because we know they've got some good players in their team. We've got the GOAT Ronaldo. What more can you ask for? Especially with the meta this year, over top through balls, corners that been a little bit nerfed, it seems, today. However, still could score some corners with him. So I think I'm going to have to go United third. Chat, let me know if you agree. The best team in the world, right? Come on, don't listen to his Liverpool. Okay, don't listen.
I listen. I think. You know, I'd probably be the same as you. Look, it would be probably PSG, and then it'd be a toss-up between probably Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich. You know, if I'm being honest, you know, and then obviously I'd probably have Liverpool there as a third team, just to have as a different team, because probably nobody would really, you know, have them in their choices or whatever. And I know it wouldn't clash with anyone, but also some usable players as well. And you know, at least listen, we have to talk about it as well. I have to mention it again. This tournament that we're putting on right now, it's got incredible feedback, you know, from the FIFA community around Southern California, and we've got over 250 signups. 250 people wanted to play in this tournament. It's absolutely incredible, you know, the support and the interest, you know, that this gathered has been amazing. And of course, we could only take in 64 spots and leave a lot of people disappointed, you know. But if you were one of the people that was disappointed, do not worry, because I am hearing and being told that Braghouse do plan on putting on events in the future. So keep an eye out on the socials, you know, follow Braghouse on all socials, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all that stuff, and you will be up to date with any events coming up in the near future. Hopefully we can get something done for the World Cup. That'd be amazing, Lisa, you know, maybe some like national teams or something. That'd be incredible, right?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to actually see who people use when it comes to if it was a tournament based on nations, because you know people have been asking me who I think is going to win the World Cup. You know, I had to back my nation, you know, but if we're being realistic, let's be honest, England are not winning. But I'd love to see England men's team go out there and win the World Cup, and then obviously we had Euros for the women's as well, so it would be a great year for us personally. But if we're being realistic, it would probably be France. But in terms of teams that you guys would use, let us know in the chat if you played in a tournament. If they do run a tournament very, very soon based on teams, who would you go for? I think on paper, probably would say France has got the best team. I mean, I think that's who I'd go for. Who would you go for?
Really? Interesting. I mean, okay, let's do a top three. Okay, everyone in the chat, type in your top three national teams that you would use in like a tournament like this, right? For me, personally, I'll go first. I would say my first team to use would be Brazil. I would go Brazil as my main team. I think they have an incredible squad. I think they're really, really strong. They have some really meta players as well. And I think my second team would probably be France, for obvious reasons. Their squad depth is amazing, and you know they have some incredible players as well. Mbappe obviously being one of them. And then my third team, it's a toss-up between three teams, Lisa. And I don't know how to choose. It's between Portugal, Belgium, and Argentina. And I don't know how I would choose between them, to be honest. I think for nostalgic effect, it would have to be Portugal or Argentina, just because of Messi and Ronaldo, and you know being able to use them, and obviously they're really good in the game as well. But yeah, who would your top three be?
I mean, it's a tough one. I think, to be honest, if you're listening to yours, I might have to be a little bit of a copycat. I mean, to be fair, starting off with, I think I would probably go with Brazil. You know, I like my 5-star skillers, and let's be honest, the Brazilians like to dance. You know, so I think I'd have to go with Brazil. I think second, I'm going to have to go with France, and not because I want to be a copycat, just because they was meant to be my first. But when thinking about 5-star skillers, I think they might have to go second. But in terms of fun, I'm not going to go with who you went for. I'm going to go with Netherlands. I think they're a very strong side. I mean, I guess in the past, I don't think they have been too strong, to be honest with you. But I think it's their time to sort of step up. I think they've got a good few players coming up from the ranks. But I'm looking at the chat, to be fair, and people are saying Argentina, Brazil, France, Netherlands, Brazil, France, Argentina. I mean, it's just quite a few similar teams being named in the chat.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same as the clubs, right? At least like PSG, Real Madrid, Bayern. You know, it's kind of similar in terms of like the best teams are the best teams, right? And the best meta players that you would use. You know, is there anyone out there that would, you know, I'm very patriotic, Lisa. You know, I'm Irish. And Ireland didn't make the World Cup, unfortunately. We just keep missing out. And I've only seen Ireland in a World Cup once in my lifetime, believe it or not. And that was 2002, and I was very young. And that was my first kind of experience of a World Cup, and I haven't had one since. So, you know, I'm hoping in the future the boys in green can pull any something out of the bag and get me to a final. Although saying that, the women's Irish team have made the World Cup in Australia next year. And I'm definitely going to that because I think that would be amazing down in Australia, watching the women's team, you know, compete for the World Cup. Absolutely, it's going to be fantastic. I really can't wait for that. You know, but just okay. How about this then, Lisa? How about this? Let's put a question to the chat. All right, I've got a cool little question here. Let's see if people know, test their knowledge. All right, let's test their knowledge on the FIFA World Cup. All right. Okay, so guys in the chat, okay, first to answer it correctly is the winner. I don't know what you win. We may be able to sort something out for the winner. We don't know. We'll see. I don't know if that is that possible, guys. Can we sort something out for the winner? Anyway, I'll ask the question, right? Guys, where is the FIFA World Cup trophy housed most of the time? I didn't know this, Lise. Did you know this?
I mean,
I didn't know this.
I didn't.
So where is the FIFA World Cup kept, basically? Like what headquarters and where? So I've just got confirmation. If you get this correct, then we can give you a prize.
Ooh, I wanna be typing. I wanna be typing on Google, guys. If you hear my mechanical keyboard, it's not me. It's someone else in the room. No, yeah, I actually have no clue, to be fair. I'm gonna, I'm gonna let the chat decide.
Yeah, I didn't know the answer to this.
Oh, Charlie saying Switzerland.
Switzerland. Where in Switzerland? Where? You have to be specific. What heck?
Brackhouse is doing a couple of giveaway winners at the moment. Holly won, and so did the football. So if you did win,
Holly with the winner. Tally Matthews is the winner with Zurich. It is housed at the FIFA headquarters in Zurich, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that. And that's a pretty cool piece of information I actually never knew. Chammy, I said where is it housed in Switzerland? You know, Switzerland wasn't the answer. I'm sorry, bro. Listen, okay, we'll give you another chance. I have another question here. Okay, I have another question here. Okay, one more chance. Maybe two, we'll see, depending. Okay, in what year was the first FIFA World Cup trophy tour by Coca-Cola? In what year did it take place? What World Cup year did it take place?
Ooh. Chat, do you know? Let us know in the chat.
I didn't know this either. Lisa, do you have a clue about this? Do you know where or when?
Absolutely no clue.
No, I didn't have a clue.
However, I
1984 is not correct. We're going to be keeping an eye on the chat while we do this, but we are into some gameplay, Lisa. Finally, we got the connection sorted, and of course, we are picking up where we left off, and it is 1-0 to Daigold, who is PSG. And listen, Lisa, he has to be happy with the start that he's made in this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 1-0 up. We saw earlier. We spoke about earlier. Sorry, that the earlier game that he can speak. It's been a while. But yeah, earlier when we saw the gameplay, he wasn't able to score. He wasn't able to take his chances, and to go 1-0 up early would definitely get his confidence going.
Absolutely, and it looks like this is going to be a great game for us, Lisa. I'm looking forward to calling this one with you. A lot at stake as well. You know, we've seen Renizel draw 2-2 in his first game, and we've seen Daigo lose his first game. So effectively, both of these players need to win this game, Lisa. It's a big game for them.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely think this is a massive game. We talk about yesterday. I'm pretty sure everyone that basically won all their games. So you don't really want to be losing any points. So I think this game, you can't be drawn. You have to win. I mean, hopefully the players aren't listening to us because it might put them under a little bit of pressure. However, must win. 3 points on the board, get a bit of momentum going. And you never know, they might be able to win the next game and go 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we said, it's points on the board, but it's also goals scored, Lisa. And, just recapping with poor Tyler last night, going into that head-to-head, he didn't realize how many goals he needed if it was a draw. And he ended up getting the last-minute equalizer, kind of pandemonium, really excited to draw the game and not lose, kind of go to a tiebreaker. But unfortunately for him, he found out very quickly that, his lack of kind of killer instinct in the first couple of games ultimately cost him, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. And, he spoke about in the chat that he did that because he didn't want to score too many goals out of respect. And it just shows that in this tournament, you can't have respect for people while playing, of course, after the tournament and before the tournament, be as nice as things, but as you can. However, during a tournament, you've got to make sure that you are locked on, focused, if you get the opportunity to score, you think you're better than your opponent, just go for it. Don't take the foot off the gas, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to have that killer instinct and really just try and score as many as possible. And we're seeing a good start here from both teams, and it's end-to-end lease, but it's kind of they're canceling each other out. And again, it comes down to the whoever makes the first mistake really here is probably gonna concede. And this is the level of players that we're coming up against and that we're witnessing here. And it's fantastic to see so much talent in Southern California as well with these universities. Of course, they are repping all their universities here to take home the big prize and the bragging rights as well, of course. And and the main thing for me, Lise, is if I'm going into this tournament, that's a great ball. That could be 1-0. That's 2-0 rather. 2-0. And that is Daigo with the second goal. And that's a big goal, Lisa. That's a big goal. That gives him a little bit of a cushion. But we did talk about this last night. 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline in FIFA.
Yeah, it definitely is. We speak about being 2-0 up, and as soon as you take your foot off the gas or potentially have a lapse of concentration and you see your opponent go 2-1, you start to think to yourself, potential chance here, great block, and he's going to come back and a great save. But you speak about, your opponent going down the other end and, conceding to make it 2-1, and you start to doubt yourself thinking, actually, am I going to lose this game? And sometimes it happens, we see it a lot of times in rivals, a lot of times in champs. So I think if he can get the next goal in this game, I think he's definitely won the game. However, on the flip side, the Randizzle's putting on some pressure.
Yeah, he is, and he's finding some gaps in the PSG defense here, and Daigo cannot be happy with kind of the chances that he's given up here. And it should really be 2-1 there. That's a massive chance. I think again, Lise, that comes down to a little bit of composure, right? I feel like he kind of snapped at that shot from Mane in an open goal, and it kind of just hit the goalkeeper. If he had taken a little touch, maybe just set himself, he probably had an open goal to shoot into there. But we are seeing some high level FIFA here. We're seeing shot cancels, some fake shots, some ball roll passing as well, which is very effective this year, Lisa. For me, since I've implemented it into my game, my passing has become a lot better, and we are seeing it from Randizzle here, especially, who is implementing it very, very well. But Daigo is very, very resilient here, and he's given up that one chance. However, that is all that that really came from that half for Randizzle. He's had quite a lot of possession and getting into good positions, but he's just not finding the net. And Daigo has to be looking at this now, knowing that he lost 3-0 in that first game, and he has to outscore that scoreline really to get in that positive goal difference and give himself a fighting chance going into the last game, right?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, in the first game that Randizzle played, he ended up drawing, I'm pretty sure, 2-2. So he's got a point 2-2 on board. However, if he loses this game, he's only got a point on board, and unfortunately, I don't think that will see him go through to the next sort of stage. I feel like in these tournaments, especially with the high quality we have, I think you're going to at least need to win 2, if not win all 3.
That's a great goal. Sorry to cut in on you, Lisa, but that is a fantastic goal. We've seen the drag back used there, Lisa, kind of reminiscent of FIFA 20 there, right? Or 21, when it was really, really effective with the drag back, trying to find space in the box, and Lionel Messi using it to perfection there. And it is 3-0 to Daigo, and he is running away with this tie. And Randizzle's going to be very, very disappointed with how this has worked out for him. But there's still time. It's early in the second half. And like you said, at least one goal changes it all. 3-1 is a different scoreline. It's a much easier scoreline to get back from, obviously. But that momentum as well it comes into play as well, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting to see. I mean, in this game, it's a completely different game as such. Obviously, in the last game that we saw, he wasn't able to convert anything. And now, honestly, it's like completely opposite. He's able to score everything. He's scoring some great goals. He's staying composed, to be honest with you. So it's great to see. Maybe, a friend might be with him, giving him a bit of coaching, telling him to try and do these extra passes, be a little bit more confident, because, I mean, something's happened for him to just shift to be a clinical player.
Yeah, absolutely. But Lisa, I said this to you in the last game. I said even at 3-0, I didn't think Daigo was out of the game, really. He just kind of ran out of time. I feel like he created enough chances to be in that game and possibly even win it. Maybe it was just one of those games, Lisa, I've been there as well. We've all been there where we've had a game where no matter what, we just could not score. We just couldn't find a net. And it was just one of those games for him last game. And he may look back at it and kind of rue it. And it may be, it could be the difference between him going through and not going through. But, he's still got life in him. He's given himself a fighting chance by winning this game by such a high margin. And I think the important thing right now for him is to not concede and try and get a couple of more goals so we can get that positive goal difference going into the final game.
Yeah, exactly. I think, like you mentioned, the game before when he played, he was 3-0 down, but I did say at the time, the scoreline doesn't reflect how the game actually went. It definitely could have been 3-3 or 4-3 him. It was just, you could say the FIFA gods wasn't on his side because every time he had a shot on goal, the goalkeeper was saving it or it was being blocked by the defender. But potential chance on the flip side here, it seems like Davies is actually going forward quite a bit. I don't know whether he's on like overlap or something, but he seems to be getting in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he kind of has to go for it now, Lisa, and that will probably see the implementation of the constant press, right? 65th minute, you know, he has good stamina as players at the minute as well. I reckon he could just go for it. 3-0 down, nothing really to lose. Now he has 1 point on the board, and it's looking like it's very unlikely, you know, really that he's going to come back and win this 4-3 without conceding. However, you know, he could go down with a fighting chance. If he scores a goal in the next couple of minutes, there definitely is a chance for him. But we are seeing Mbappe try and bulldoze his way through here. And, you know, at least given that we've seen PSG a lot, you know, Mbappe, you'd expect him to be kind of the star player really going forward. And we haven't really spoke about him too much, you know, thinking about it in the last group stages last night, even tonight. You know, he's not really the star player of these teams that we're seeing. You know, we're seeing Renato Sanchez be the talking point of most teams, Neymar, Messi as well. Mbappe doesn't seem to be, you know, really the player that we're watching the most, right?
Yeah, I think he's just been there, to be honest with you. I just don't, he hasn't really done too much for us to say, wow, like, he's a star man. I think in these teams we've seen Donnarumma be mentioned quite a bit as well because of the double saves that we've been seeing him do and the saves in general in 1v1 situations. I think, like you said, Sanchez got mentioned quite a bit yesterday because he was playing in a position that we wouldn't normally see him in that cam role. He was scoring quite a lot of goals. On the flip side, in the games we've seen recently, today being played, potential chance for now we was talking about, but defender really, really well there. I feel like we've seen sort of Messi get on the scoreboard, Neymar get on the scoreboard, but we haven't really seen too much from Mbappe. However, I'm sure throughout the rest of this tournament that we see today and throughout the groups that we see today, I'm sure he'll score a couple of goals.
Yeah, absolutely. Some lovely play here by the Randizzle, but cannot find that gap in this resilient Daigo PSG backline, Lisa. And, you know, it's looking like the more this kind of game goes on, it's just trickling out. And I think Daigo is happy with the 3-0, get his goal difference back to 0. And then in the last game, he's looking for a very, very big performance. You know, depending on how the other results go, he's still in with a chance, Lisa.
Yeah, he is. I feel like he's got to get a little bit of luck on his side as well in terms of not the way he plays, the way that his opponents play, I guess you could say, because he's going to need potentially one of the people that he's played today beat someone that's at the top to make him go through. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm hoping it's going to be a tight group again, you know, get the popcorn ready, especially if I win that popcorn machine that's up for grabs. Make sure to download the app if you guys haven't already. However, I think it's going to be a tight group again, and, you know, that calls for a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be very, very tight at the top, and goal difference could definitely play a part here, Lisa, you know, given the head-to-heads are quite tight as well, a couple of draws in there, etc. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these groups turn out. And don't forget, guys, we have 2 more groups coming up for you tonight as well. So plenty of action, so much more FIFA to be played, and throughout the week as well, guys, we have our last group stages as well, which are going to be on Friday, and then obviously the finals on Saturdays and Sundays. So it's going to be incredible week going forward. Big chance there as well for the Randizzle, but it is saved by Donnarumma this time. Lise, Randizzle's going to be quite disappointed in himself, you know. Again, it seems like kind of a story that Daigo had in the last game, you know, plenty of chances, just didn't take them.
Yeah, I think I was actually going to mention that. I think it's been sort of the opposite for these two. Obviously, last game, Daigo actually had loads of opportunities, didn't take him, and lost 3-0. On the flip side, this game, the Randizzle, first game he played, he drew 2-2. So he was able to score, but also conceded. However, this time, he wasn't able to get anything on the board.
Oh! Just as we join the next game, Lisa, we have France v PSG, and that is Bash Cortez versus Chris. And this looks like a high-scoring game, Lisa. We joined it again at the time where there is a goal being scored. And, of course, it is Bash Cortez with the lead at 3-2. Chris trailing here with PSG. And looked like a really, really good goal there. Looked like a finesse from outside the box with Messi. We've seen that quite a lot, Lisa, right? you know, the finesse shots from outside the box, they've been kind of they're not as effective as last year. However, with certain players like Messi, we've seen a couple of finesse shots from outside the box with him go straight into the top bins, you know. Is that a case of kind of knowing your players, knowing who's, you know, best to use in these certain positions? And is it just kind of in-game knowledge?
Yeah, to be fair, I personally don't use a lot of finesses this year myself, but we have seen quite a bit throughout the tournament, if we're being completely honest. I think, you know, a lot of this year, all you really see is Travella's being scored or, you know, working it into the box and doing the extra pass. However, it's not something I do. However, since seeing this tournament, we just saw one there with Messi. Potential another chance here.
Oh, what a goal!
That is. We speak about Messi.
Yeah.
I like the celebration, by the way. It was 3-1 down, by the way, when we joined this game. Now 3-3. I mean, what a game. We joined it a little bit late. However, we're still seeing plenty of goals. And, I mean, Chris, getting back in there. I mean, we actually want to quickly talk about, prior to this game, Chris ended up losing 3-2. And now he's got back into this game 3-3. Can he go on to win?
Yeah, but it must be worrying for Chris as well that he's conceded so many goals, 6 goals in 2 games. And Lisa, for me, I think personally, you know, this year more than any other year, defending is so crucial in FIFA. You know, the last couple of FIFAs, it was quite arcade-like, right? Where, you know, oh my God, bicycle kick, and looked like he threw his head clean off there alongside with it, but hopefully he's okay. But yeah, Lisa, the last couple of FIFAs, you know, I felt like they're kind of arcade-like. It's kind of just whoever outscores the other opponent. There's gonna be high-scoring games. This year seems a little bit more tactical. You know, the manual defending more so than not. And you kind of have to learn the mechanics of defending rather than just kind of using the team to press. But a big chance. We see a keeper movement. And what a clutch bit of keeper movement that was from Chris to keep that goal out and to keep the scores level. Very, very, very important bit of keeper movement there, Lisa. And again, it comes back to the level of these players. You know, keeper movement is so crucial.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive opportunity there when we speak about keeper movement. If he didn't move him there, that was definitely a goal. And also I want to talk about, on the flip side, in this group, in the first game, Bash ended up losing 5-0. However, in this game, he saw himself 3-1 up, and the moment is currently 3-3. So, I mean, is it going to go back to haunting? Maybe you could say not trying to keep the ball and trying to play, I guess you could say, the boring style of FIFA, just to try and see the game out. However, he's gone forward, and it's cost him.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks like it's going to be a tight group as well, Lisa. We are in for a treat, really, with these groups tonight. And, you know, again, the ability that's on show is, you know, it's on par to the level of foot champs that we see every single week, you know, 14, 16 win players. And it's great to see it come to light here in this fantastic FIFA tournament, the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament, brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. You know, big shout out to the sponsors as well for making this happen and for giving these college students an opportunity to play the game they love and to earn from it as well. You know, not only take home the bragging rights, but earn the top prize of $1,000. You know, it's fantastic, Lisa. You know, I don't think I've ever taken part in a tournament as big as this, really. Have you?
No, I don't think I have. I think, obviously, I took part in the She Sports Cup, which had quite a lot of money on the line. Other than that, obviously, EPREM, but you had to get to the sort of finals to play for that. However, yeah, I mean, just for getting at the groups and making it into the quarterfinal, semi-final, finals, you know, it's doable, right? And I think if they can try and play like they are now, they can definitely get in that position to win that money. And it's a lot of money at stake. And I mean, just thinking about how much actually is at stake, $1,000. I mean, you can buy a lot with that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Goes a long way towards tuition, you know, like we said before as well, Lise, you know, it could go a long way towards streamer setups, you know, if some of these guys are streamers, you know, on Twitch, on Facebook, YouTube, all this type of stuff. So, you know, it'd be fantastic to help these guys along as well. And the experience as well, Lisa, you know, it's fantastic to see so many university students who love the game of FIFA, you know, come together, play the game they love and battle it out for the top prize. We have since then headed over to another game here as well. I think we have a pause at the minute. It is Trulis versus Dracula in a big game in Group E. And Trulis is currently second. Dracula is third. So a big game here, Lisa.
Yeah, it definitely is a big game. I mean, you can see, obviously, they are using Liverpool again we see, and obviously, I mean, I assume that's Manchester City. I mean, it's MCI.
Yeah, Manchester City and Trulis is using Liverpool yet again. And we love to see it. Of course, the team that I support. So, unfortunately, we're 2-1 down. Trulis, you got to pull it back for the boys. Come on. Get back into this game. But 18 minutes in, 3 goals again, Lisa. And we seen it in the last game as well. That it was kind of the last game that Trulis played. It was quick goals, quick fire goals, and seems to be the same thing here. You know, Trulis scored 2 quick goals when we joined with Mohamed Salah, and it was a really, really good game. But it kind of trickled out. We thought it was going to be, you know, a high-scoring game, 5-6 goals, but turned out to be a 2-2 draw in the end. So hopefully there's a few more goals on show in this game. You know, I know when these two teams meet in real life, at least it's fireworks, right? You know, it's absolute fireworks. There's always goals. It's entertaining. The football being played is brilliant. So hopefully we can see it on a virtual pitch now as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw the Barcelona versus Real Madrid, obviously when Tyre ended up unfortunately sailing out. But I think this is another game that's massive. And obviously we do see in terms of the groups at the moment, Dracula obviously is currently at the top on 3 points. So if he wins this one, that's 2 wins and 6 points on board, which we know that if you win, majority of the time, if you win all 3 of your games, you're going to be out of the groups.
Yeah, absolutely. He will definitely be looking for a win here. And at least, look, it seems to be kind of a bit sloppy gameplay at the minute. You know, both teams trying to break each other down, but giving the ball away quite a lot. There's a lot of turnover in possession, you know. If you were playing this tournament, would you be looking at trying to keep that possession? But just as I say, he's gone for the power shot, and it was Haaland with the power shot, the new shot that FIFA brought in this year. Super effective when used in the correct way. And just like to point out as well, Lisa, that's not an easy mechanic to use because you have to actually manually aim that shot as well. All assisted shooting is gone when you use that mechanic. So very, very impressive to get that on target with Haaland there. Alisson there to stop it, but warning signs, Lisa, you know, that Dracula here is not to be messed with. He knows the mechanics, he knows how to use them, and he could have really put the nail in the coffin being 3-1 up there with Haaland.
Oh, on the flip side, I mean, 2-2, wow. Diego Jota scoring a goal. I mean,
yeah,
we talk about being clinical, and you know, we saw a chance on the other end for Haaland, goes for the power shot. Unfortunately, it was a great save, and now it's 2-2. And to be honest with you, in terms of how the table is at the moment, Dracula can't seem to be dropping points, especially in this game, because if he does, it could mean that he doesn't end up going out of the group. So I think in this game, it's crucial that he ends up ending it with at least 3 points. Obviously, you'll take a point, especially if you feel like you're getting dominated in the game. However, we speak about how good he is with using City, especially with knowing the mechanics of the game and how good he is in terms of doing a through ball over the top to Haaland. If you can abuse that mechanic, you're going to get places.
Absolutely, and this is certainly game on now, Lisa. 2-2 here as we're closing in on the first half, and you know, it's really anyone's game here. It's end to end, and again, I think it's going to come down to who really takes their chances here, Lisa. And like you said, I think that was a big chance for Haaland. I don't think the power shot was needed there. I think he's quite capable of rattling the net from that position, maybe with Trivela or maybe just a normal powered shot with Haaland, because we know how effective he is when he gets into them positions, and that's exactly where you want to be. But on the other side here, Salah with an incredible pass, and it is a goal for Trulis. Luis Diaz has given Liverpool the lead and Trulis the lead, and that is going to be a sucker punch to Dracula going in at half-time here if he can't get a goal back before it. But Lisa, that was some fabulous play. We see the skill move pass into Diaz, very composed. We're seeing a Croqueta and a Trivela here as well. However, it is saved. And Lisa, some signs here that Trulis is getting warmed up now. His thumbs are starting to get used to them sticks that he's using, and it's looking like he's gonna you know, kind of try and put the nail in this coffin in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. I think in general so far in this game, it's been, I mean, you could say end to end. I think it definitely could have been, I think both of these competitors deserve probably a draw, to be honest with you, with how close and how many chances we've seen so far. However, if a little bit of luck is on your side, you'll take it. I mean, Liverpool, I mean, I haven't seen any United, by the way. I'm a bit upset, I can't lie. I'm hoping by the time we get to the finals, we see at least one United. I'm pretty sure so far we haven't seen United, and Liverpool are winning, which breaks my heart. I want to see a United. Someone use United. I'm definitely going to be backing them if they use them as well, because I want to see United. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, again, it comes down to kind of the meta, like we said, and Liverpool definitely have some players that could be useful. You've seen the Jota there as well. He's actually a very good card this year. I used him at the start of the year, and he was very, very good for me. Obviously that Salah card as well. Salah's very, very useful this year, and Thiago very good in the centre too. And I mean, at least again, like we said, it does come down to team selection, but it also, you have to be good with the sticks, right? You have to be good with them analog sticks. You have to know what you're doing. You have to know the mechanics. And Trudis looks like he does really know what he's doing in terms of the mechanics and the gameplay. We've seen the Travella shot. We've seen the skill pass move there as well. And he seems like he's a high level player.
Yeah, I know if in a game of FIFA, if I'm in Rivals, that'd be potential chances
big
before I
mistake.
say what I'm about
He's
to
brought
say.
him out. He's brought Alisson out.
He didn't shoot! No!
Oh, wow, he didn't fancy it on the right foot. He just left it a little bit too composed, maybe, Lisa. You got to find a balance in between composed and too composed. And it just seems as though that is a big let-off for Trulis. And he'll be kicking himself. Garkovi's going to be kicking himself for sure about that with that chance. And big mistake bringing out Alisson there, knowing he wasn't going to get to the ball, and Haaland knocks it by him. But incredible resilience and defending from Trulis there, however, and it's still 3-2. So, a big let-off for Trulis though, and it just goes to show that at any given moment, a through ball over the top for Haaland could be deadly.
Yeah, exactly. We know how good Haaland is in real life and also in FIFA. And in that situation, I think we talk about being composed. However, wow,
big
we
chance
speak about
there
being
for
composed.
Haaland.
And I just don't think
big chance there.
I think in that position, in the last shot that he had, I think he was too composed, you could say, because he just didn't shoot when he needed to shoot. In that position there, I think it's just unfortunate. I think Haaland should be scoring from there. However, 3-2 in this game, and you could potentially say that it should be 3-3 to Edgar.
Minimum. Yeah, it could definitely be 3-3. That big Haaland chance where he went past Alisson was the chance to get back into this game. But you're certainly not writing anyone off as Alisson gets down low to stop that De Bruyne shot, Lisa. And warning signs here for Trudis. He's under the cosh right now. He is really having to bend and not break with this defence. And, Garkovi is definitely finding gaps in this Liverpool defence, Lisa.
Yeah, definitely is. And, I would say that Edgar should potentially be a couple of goals up here, but what a challenge that is there. I mean,
big tackle.
In my opinion,
Fantastic
I wouldn't be doing that type of stuff, because especially in that position there, a slight little bit too late and it's a penalty. But I mean, he took the risk, and I mean, he absolutely crunched De Bruyne, and I mean, what a tackle it was.
Yeah, very well-timed tackle. And as we look at it now, Trulis is on the attack. He's gone for the shot rather than the pass across the box. Maybe the wrong decision there, Lisa. We've seen time and time again, the mechanics seem to favour the attackers with them balls across the box, in them positions by the end line. But he opted to shoot at that angle, maybe hoping for it to just rattle up the net, and maybe a mistake for the keeper. But if not, the rebound could have been there also. But a good save from Ederson, and it's still 3-2. But chances at both ends. I feel like Trulis is just a little bit of game management now, 6 to 7 minute. Should we see a pause here soon, Lisa?
Yeah, I definitely think we should see a pause, especially from Edgar, obviously needing to get a goal back in this game. You think he'd pause, go constant pressure. Although he is playing really well as it stands, I think he definitely should go constant pressure, maybe bring in a couple of fresh legs as well. But, I mean, as it stands, I think this has been a really good watch. I think, 5 goals scored, potentially would have said you could have been about 8 goals scored, to be honest with you. However, just not been able to take his chances.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been probably the game of the night so far in terms of chances created and end-to-end action. And it is still 3-2 here as we close in on the last 15 minutes, Lise. The next goal, whoever scores it, it's going to be detrimental to this tie. And, 4-2, you're thinking, okay, the game's probably dead. 3-3, there's a chance for a winner. But Trulis here is in, and he just took a little bit too long. Probably wasn't needed, that little extra pass, Lisa. Salah had the goal at his mercy if he had just turned with him. And again, it comes down to decision-making, Lisa.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, we talk about over and over again, going for the extra pass if you can. If it's not there, just whip it through a Travella shot if it's at the perfect angle. But sometimes you just got to do the extra pass, and if it isn't on, maybe go back, and don't force it, especially if you're in a winning position. Because if you force it, that's where it will go back to haunt you, and you're not conceding and then think, should I have done that? Now it's cost me a draw in this game, or even worse, it's cost you a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, coming into the closing stages here, at least, how important is it for Trulis just to game manage now? Keep the ball, try and waste a little bit of time. I know it's frowned upon, but at the same time, at least this is a round robin and eventually a knockout tournament. Is it the mindset of you have to do whatever you need to do to survive and to get the result?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. You've got to do it. It's not pretty. I've said it before. No one really wants to see someone wasting time, but as it's a round robin and it's only one leg of FIFA, 82nd minute now. I guess if you do it from the 50th minute, maybe it'll just be people think, what are you doing? However, 82nd minute, keep the ball, don't go forward. You don't need to. Pass it around the back. Switch it from side to side, and then in the 90th minute, if there's been 1 or 2 minutes added on, then you can go for the attack. Because if you lose the ball, it's game over. We see it in the pro games all the time. Not from the 80th minute, but if you get the ball, 86th minute, you play for the final attack, and you make sure that if you lose that ball, it's game over and you don't concede.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are seeing it now. Trulis kind of showing his little bit of experience. He's taking a pause here as well. He's probably going to make a substitution, bring some fresh legs on. Where we're going to see Alexander Arnold go into CDM again, or into that cam position. It looks like he may be trying to. Oh, he's changed his mind. Going to be interested to see who he brings on here. He's bringing Keita on for Thiago in that central cam position. Nunes for Jota as well. He's messing around with some of his custom tactics also, Lisa. So again, more indication that Trulis he's a decent player. He knows what he's doing. He knows the game, and he is looking to see this game out for the 3 points. He said, I'm happy with the 3 points. I don't need the goals. However, if they do come to me, I will take them. And he tried his best with a Travella shot from Salah there, which you usually see go in, Lisa. Very surprised that was actually saved.
Yeah, we know Edison is a very good goalkeeper. He was able to get Haller's about a power shot, and what a finish that was. Can we say that he's just come on the pitch? He put him on comeback on defence. He was in the position. He power shotted it, and it just shows how good he is. Because, like you mentioned, if you do the power shot, you control it 100% yourself, and you got it on target. And when you can get them type of shots on target, it's very, very hard for the goalkeeper to save.
Absolutely fantastic goal by Trulis. That is 4-2, and probably the end of this tie, really, in terms of goals scored and 3 points locked up for Trulis. But I just want to say a massive shout out to Trulis for that incredible management of his team, bringing on Keita before that, just as that corner came in. And of course, he goes and scores straight away. He will be saying to himself, I am Jose Mourinho after this game, because he brought on the super sub. It paid off, and my God, did it work. 4-2 to Trulis. Absolutely fantastic display from him, and what a result. He will be over the moon with himself for that. 4-2, Liverpool versus Man City. And Lisa, what a cracking game. What an absolute game that was.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game, and we have switched over. I mean, 3-0 inside 30 minutes. That is a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-0 inside the first half. It's a bit of a killer for the game, but I mean, they're not going to be complaining here, Lisa, are they? Really? I mean, at the end of the day, if you're winning 3-0, now it's a case we're going to see the mindset. We're going to see the mindset of, are they going to go for the juggler? Are they going to try and win 5, 6, 7 and give themselves that goal difference? That's very, very important.
Yeah, I think at this stage of how dominant you are, I think you do potentially go for the fourth goal. We do know in FIFA that as soon as you lose a little lapse of concentration, potential chance there, great save. As soon as you lose it a little bit, you end up, gradually losing by less and less goals until it's 3-3, and you think, wow, how have I bottled this game? So I think maybe do go for the next goal. Maybe 60 minutes into the game, look at the scoreline and think, oh, I'm 3-1 up now. Let's just keep the ball. Let's just play it. Let him drag his players out to try and catch up to me, and a potential chance there on the flip side. I mean, that was an interesting shot. It
another chance.
Didn't come off his foot like the correct way.
Yeah, it was like a Travella in the air kind of thing. It was a strange kind of height for him to do that, but it almost paid off. And we're seeing a lot of over the top through balls for this man here, Haaland, who burst through now. And can he break the net for himself? And it's 3-1. Lisa, game on. 45th minute goal. That now changes the whole aspect of this game going into the second half. 3-0 up. Ninja, of course, is PSG. Bash Cortez is Manchester City. And look, Lisa, going in 3-0 down is a whole different ball game to going in 3-1 down. He can now be confident going into the second half, knowing that he's only 2 goals away from bringing this game level and potentially winning it.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. Now, to be honest with you, that's a massive goal. You might think, well, why? Because just before halftime, 3-1 gives you a bit of momentum. Only 2 goals now in it to potentially get that draw and maybe even go all the way and give it a complete reverse. I mean, you can see the shots on target here. 10, obviously, for PSG and 3 on the flip side for Manchester City. I mean, would you say maybe potentially not being clinical enough there with the amount of shots on goal and only scoring 3 goals, really?
Yeah, well, it does come down to that again, and you know, as this game goes on, you know, we're gonna see Bash Cortez, who's controlling Manchester City, of course, you know, kind of panic a little bit. If the scoreline stays the same, he's gonna have to press, he's gonna have to take risks, and I do think Ninja, he's shown from what we've seen in that half, you know, the ability to find the gaps, get in behind, and a little bit of composure there at the end, and I think he would have been 4-0 up instead of going. It would have been 4-0 up at halftime rather than coming back to the second half 3-1 up, and it's a massive mindset change as well for him. You know, he now has been he's been beaten, so to speak, in terms of conceding a goal, and he knows that's possible. So I think it's very important that Ninja comes out here, doesn't get complacent, has to go for more goals. However, he has to be mindful that that over the top through ball for Haaland is lethal, and it is on all the time. So I would be, yeah, I wouldn't be worried, but I would definitely be definitely mindful. And we're seeing another power shot here, Lisa. You know, seen a lot of that used tonight. Very, very interesting choice of shot from our players tonight. Oh my days.
Oh, I thought I was going to go in there. It's interesting. I don't really do it too much because I feel like it gives me, in a way, a disadvantage. Unless the player that I play dives in quite a bit and you can get into a position where, because it takes so long to power up, that normally in the higher divisions, I feel like it gets blocked quite a bit. However, seeing how OP, maybe since the patch, obviously we did see an update earlier and a few things did seem to change a bit in the game. However, maybe it's a little bit more usable now. I also wanted to mention, I was just looking at the table, and Ninja is currently joint top with 4 points. This is a must-win for him. If he wins this, there's a potential chance for him to go out of the group with 2 wins, 1 loss. So then the only other game was Tuso, who did win his first game 5-0. He also drew as well. So the next game after this is also crucial. If Tuso wins the next game against Chris, they're going to be both at the top with 2 wins, 1 draw, which means it will go down to who beat who in that game, which is crazy.
Yeah, of course. Well, they did draw 1-1 in their game, Lisa, so the head-to-head tie will not come into effect. It will be goal difference, which we have been talking about all night, you know, and as it stands right now, Tuzo has scored 6 and conceded 1, whereas Ninja has scored 4, conceded 3. When you add on the 3 and 1 to here as well, that's 7 and 4, so that is a goal difference of 3 goals, whereas Tuzo has a goal difference of 5. So again, Lisa, it comes down to whoever is more clinical.
I was going to say that quick maths with the champion, but he cannot concede here, especially with the goal difference that he has. I think he definitely needs to try and get a couple more goals in this game to get equal, because you've got to remember, he still has to play the next game 2-0, and if Chris can come out and get a result against him, maybe beat him 2-0, wow, what an ending to this group will have.
Yeah, well, it is going to be tight at the top. So, Lisa, listen, you know, again, we're going to be same sort of situation as last night, you know. It's going to be the head-to-head doesn't come into play because of the draw. And now we're looking at a goal difference elimination, you know. So it's gonna come down to who scored more, but who's also conceded less. You know, people don't understand that sometimes, and it's very, very important to be very good defensively in this FIFA. You know, I said it earlier, kind of spoke about where the manual defending is kind of more this year, and we could see a little bit of luck here. He is offside, but Lisa, you know, it comes down to who is very, very solid in defense also. And does that kind of come down to the teams you pick also, Lisa? Like these meta players like Marquinhos, Kimpembe, you know, we spoke about Man City last night where, you know, they have Ruben Diaz and Laporte. I mean, as good as City are going forward in their midfield, defensively, they're kind of not as good as the rest of the meta teams, are they?
No, they're definitely not. I think obviously they do also have Kyle Walker, which does help. But other than that, I think defensively, I mean, I wouldn't say they're the best. Obviously, they do have Cancelo as well. You've got to remember that. So the 2 fullbacks for them are very, very good. Obviously, you can play Kyle Walker centre-back as well if you want. But Laporte, Ruben Diaz, very, very slow. Potential chance, and what a finish that is. We talk about how good Trevellas are, and that will help him with his goals scored and goals conceded. It will definitely add to the tally. I think he needs to keep going. Does he know that it's going to go down to goal difference? I mean, at the moment he probably doesn't, so he needs to keep going and not concede. And on the flip side, Haaland had a chance to score
Yeah.
instantly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That over-the-top through ball for Haaland is always on. He has to be alert, most definitely. And again, Lisa, yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. 4-1 now, 3-goal lead, 3+ goal difference, 3+ points. And he has to really try and get a couple of more goals here to make sure he gives himself the best chance to go through. And it's a Trivela again, and we see it from De Bruyne this time. And just as we speak about it, Lisa, he concedes. It's 4-2, and this game is very much on now, I mean, if Ninja doesn't kind of shape up here and keep himself defensively solid and stop them Trivelas, we could be looking at a little bit of a upset. It was 4-1, 3-0, 4-1, cruising, looking good on the group standings with 3 points and 3 goals plus on this game. Now we're looking like it's going to be very, very tight for Ninja if he doesn't get a couple of more goals by the end of this game. Great ball in, and just as I say it, he must be listening. He must hear me. He must have said, Dan, don't you worry, I got this. And he pulls out the gritty as well. I feel like that was aimed towards me here because I was just talking about it. But what a goal. We see an early cross in, and bang, just like that, the 3-goal lead is restored. And listen, Lise, he's going for more. He definitely knows what's on the cards here.
Yeah, I think he was definitely watching yesterday and saw that, wow, actually, I don't want to go out on goal difference. And interesting to see that, we didn't speak about it, but interesting to see Sarabia, I think that's how you say his name, get on the scoreboard. You don't really see him, especially with the front free attack that PSG have. I'm not sure if they actually brought him on. I assume they did, because you definitely wouldn't have him in your team unless you somehow have him in maybe a centre mid role potentially. But I mean, interesting to see him get on the scoreboard. I mean, it's great to see different players being used.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, here's another mistake, and Haaland could have made him play there. And we're seeing a little bit of signs of Ninja of just a little bit of complacency. I know it is difficult though, Lisa, when you're 3 or 4 goals up. It's very difficult to keep that high level mentality, that concentration needed to get into the position that you're already in right now. To keep that level of professionalism, to keep going until the end, scoring as many as possible. It is difficult, right?
Yeah, it definitely is, and you got to try and keep the concentration, like you mentioned, but you also can't take your foot off the gas, because 5-2, we speak about, obviously, goal difference, and it's interesting because in the next game, actually, I was just looking at
oh my lord, what a goal, Lisa! That is goal of the tournament.
I think he was about to greedy, by the way. I think he was about to greedy there, but he cancelled it. But I mean, wow,
what a goal!
What a finish!
What a goal! I seen him shaping up for that shot, and I thought to myself, do you know what? Not from there. Too far out. The angle isn't right. But my God, I was proved wrong. And again, on the other end, we see Ninja answer back with some skill of his own. A rainbow flick turned into a pass and a Trivela finish, answering back, keeping that 3-goal lead. And Lisa, just how big is that 3-goal lead that Ninja's going to come away with?
Yeah, it's massive. And I was actually thinking to myself when I saw him actually do that type of things, I was thinking, don't do it, because you can't be taking the mick, you could say, in that position. You need to be keeping the ball, trying to, not concede as much, because if you go forward and you lose and you lose the ball and they go and score, that goal difference is out the window. Instead, he does some nice little skill moves, then does a Trivela, and he ends up scoring. I mean, it just shows his confidence, but you can't have too much confidence in that position, because if you lose the ball and you concede, it could be game over, although you've won the game in the long stretch.
Absolutely, and a very big game here, Lisa. We're seeing Trulis versus Daigoat, and Trulis is sitting on 4 points after 2 games, 1 draw, 1 win. Daigoat with 1 game, 1 win. This is a very, very big game. Due to Dracula having to pull out, we've had to bring in a new player called Edgar Covey. So Daigoat is going to be playing him again to give Edgar a fair chance at progressing this tournament. So we have taken away that last game. But Daigoat still has 2 more games to play, this game and the next. And it really is a very important game for Trulis. He has to win this game, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. It's a do or die, you could say. I mean, that's not included because his name's Daigo, by the way. But if it was, that would have been great. I can't lie. However, yeah, I think it's a massive game for Trulis. Looking at the point board at the moment, he is currently on 4 points. So it seems like if he does win this game, he could potentially be going and booking his ticket into the weekend games, getting out of the group. However, if somehow Daigo pulls out something out of the bag, it'll be some sort of pressure, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Randizel and Edgar may have something to say about that too. And what can we expect here, Lisa? You know, we've seen these two play quite often now. Trulis seems to be very good going forward. He does leak a couple of goals, though, however, in that defense. And Daigo, of course, you know, coming off the back of that last win, he could have been really, really happy with himself. We kind of mentioned about Daigo and his finishing hasn't been that great in the first game that he played. However, the second game, he seemed to up it a little bit and up it a notch and get out of second gear.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, so far in this group, I think everyone's been at similar levels. We have seen a couple of results come in. You know, we did see in the first game that we saw Randizel obviously get a 2-2 draw. And then we also saw, just looking through the results now, Daigo obviously getting that 3-0 win against Randizel. But we've also seen now in this game, you know, he's coming off a 3-0 win, you could say. He's got to try and get that momentum shift into this game to win this game. Because if he wins this game, that's currently, you know, 2 wins for himself. However, on the flip side, Trulis won 4-2 against Edgar. I mean, it's a tight group. It just seems like every group we've commentated on so far has been really, really tight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is anyone's game in both groups. And guys, do not forget, we still have 2 more groups to get through, Lisa. I am so pumped. Honestly, this is an action-packed night. Exactly what we expected. Goals after goals, you know, skill after skill. And some of the goals we've seen in that last game also, Lisa, were absolutely incredible. That Haaland goal for me is goal of the tournament so far.
I think I'm going to disagree because of the Laporte goal that we saw. That was a bicycle kick. I think that was also up there as well because I feel like with a centre back as well, you don't really see them type of goals being scored. However, on the flip side, that Haaland goal that you mentioned, I just feel like from the position that he was in, I know you saw the way that he was able to pull it off, and I kind of felt like you shouldn't be shooting from there. It's not going to go in, but it did, and it flew in the back of the net. So I think they're both up there. Maybe the chat can tell us out of them 2 goals or anything you've seen today, what do you think is the goal of the tournament so far? Because me personally, I'm going to go with the Porte. Danny's going to go with the Howland one. Do let me know in the comment section down below.
Yeah, I think the Haaland strike, it got me off my chair. I stood up, Lisa. I really did. But we are seeing some good play here from Trulis. And the Trivela shot, absolutely incredible finish from Mohamed Salah. He has been the stalwart for Trulis, just like he is in real life as well, Lisa. The talisman, the Egyptian king, Mohamed Salah with the finish. 1-0, game on.
Game on indeed. And we speak about Liverpool. I mean, I'm not a Liverpool fan, so I know you're definitely going to be backing him. However, against PSG, you know, in terms of player for player, you just don't really expect to see this scoreline. However, it is also down to the player controlling them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is looking good for Trulis now. And Daigo will have to pull himself out of the trenches for this one. It is not looking good for him right now, but it is not over yet. And we know that Daigo can create chances. It's just whether he can put them away, Lise. And with this PSG team, he's given himself the best chance, really, you know. He has that forward line, that Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe, and he certainly knows how to use them, get into spaces. But I have to say, Trulis' defense and the way he's tracking runners there, we see it with Kanate being manually tracking that runner, and he does seem to know what he's doing defensively, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. I do think that, to be honest with you, Daigo has been struggling to take his chances. I mean, we saw in the first game he wasn't able to. In the next game that he played, obviously won 3-0. On the flip side, it was completely different. But in this game, I just don't really think, one, he's created too many chances, but when he just hasn't been able to perfect it in a way. You know, we haven't seen a great Trivela that we thought, yes, that's going in. Or he hasn't really troubled the goalkeeper too much in this game. I think maybe he's got to change something up. Maybe, I don't know what he done differently in the second game to the first game that he played, but he's got to bring out the game 2 that he did, because he looked crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Half time, Lisa, and it is 1-0 to Trulis. He has to be happy with that result at half time, Lisa. And you know, he's kind of, it is 50-50 though. Look, I mean, 0.4 versus 0.5 expected goals, and very, very tight affair. Definitely like what you would expect with a top of the table clash between these two. You know, Trulis on 4 points, Daigo on 3 points. Of course, Trulis with the game extra played, so a little bit more on the line for him in this game. He needs a win to give himself the best chance to go through. Lisa, you know, Daigo, he'd be disappointed with that first half. You know, we didn't see him create too much. You know, we're used to seeing him in his games, from what we've seen already, create chance after chance. And, you know, his problem was really that he wasn't taking the chances. The second game he did, and we've seen what he was capable of.
Yeah, exactly. I think in this game, I mean, he's had more shots. He had 3 shots to the opposite side of Trulis, 1 shot. So it does show that he is able to make chances. Obviously, you did see on the flip side, he had less expectancy to score, which means you could say that he's potentially have had the shots that he's taken from a long distance. Whereas, so like a chance that you would say that wouldn't go in, and a potential chance on the flip side, Donnarumma making a great save. However, like I was saying, in terms of the expectancy goals, he's had less, although he's had more shots, which means that he's sort of been shooting from positions where maybe you should say that he shouldn't be. We need the game 2 back from Daigo because he was unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just getting word right now that in the other group, Group F, Lisa, the very tight affair with Sprint Ninja and Tuzo. Of course, Tuzo had to play his final game where it was going to come down to goal difference if Tuzo won. He is currently 5-1 up in his tie, which means that if that stays the same, Tuzo will go through on goal difference as his game with Ninja ended 1-1. So the head-to-head tie does not come into play. It is goal difference. So very interesting. And yet again, Lisa, it just proves that we are right in what we say. You have to score as many goals as possible to make sure you go through in this group stage. Very, very well done to Tuzo. It looks like he will probably go through unless something drastic changes, Lisa.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be conceding around 4 or 5 goals in the last 25 in game, and it's obviously, I think it was two goals that he had prior to that game, and obviously now he's got 5 goals in that game. So I think it's going to be a mountain to climb for Chris, and especially as he hasn't got any points on board, or if he does, I think it's only 1, so he wouldn't be able to progress anyway. I mean, do you think that Chris would have some sort of motivation to try and come back in that game, or do you think he'll just leave it as it is?
No, I don't see Tuzo giving up right now, and it does look like he's probably going to go through realistically. He had a 5 goal plus goal difference going into that game, whereas Ninja has a 4 plus. So regardless, I do think that Tuzo looks like he's going to be topping that group and going through to the finals. But right now we are here with Trulis and Daigo trying his hardest to get back into this game. Trulis being very stubborn and not letting him, but it could be a chance here as he gets down the flank and he's playing some good intricate passing. A little Cruyff turn now and a shot, and it was straight at Allison, and that was a big chance for Daigo to make it 1-1 and to give himself a chance to win this game, Lisa.
I just think he's getting into the positions. I mean, what a great step over there, but wasn't to be. I think he's just getting into the positions, but I just feel like he's not doing the correct shot. We know this year, brought so many different ways of scoring this year. Obviously, the power shot that we've seen quite a bit, the Trivella. There's just been so many new ones. Obviously, the finesse as well, but which was already in the game. However, there's so many different ways you can score. And I just feel like he's taking the wrong ones. I think, it's frustrating to see as well because I feel like so far in this game, he's been the better players and the more opportunities. I mean, could you say it's down to the goalkeepers being used as well? That is offside, but it's just, I don't know, it's tough. I feel like he's been the dominant player. It's just tough.
Yeah, for me, it just comes down to the clinicalness again, Lisa. In that chance there with that angle, up against Allison, I'm green timing that just to give it a little bit more humps into the shot, a little bit more zest into it, and it would have more likely gone in if he had a green timed it, So maybe a little bit of practice needed with Daigo on his finishing and when he gets into them areas. But we are seeing Mbappe there, probably the wrong place to do a step over. He had a lot of space to his right. He could have just turned in with him. Mbappe is one of those players that has that off the mark sprint speed, and you don't necessarily need to do much with him other than just run. But yeah, I think there's still time left in this game, Lisa, and I do think that Daigo still has something to say in this game also. All it takes is one more chance, which I think he is capable of making.
Yeah, exactly. And that chance could be here potentially.
Just as we speak about it, Lisa. Just as we speak about it, he finds a gap through Trulis' defense, and that's going to hurt Trulis big time. He's been so solid in defense, and just as I talk about it, call me Mystic D Camp, because I predict these things, Lisa. It is 1-1. It is 15 minutes left. Trulis needs a win. Daigo needs a win. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, I was going to say before scoring, actually, I feel like he has been the better player, but I've been looking at Trulis, his player switching, and to be honest with you, it is top notch. Potential chance here, and Messi is the star man.
Oh my God!
Is game on. I mean, we speak about his clinicalness, and I think he's been watching and he's been hearing, he's thinking, listen, guys, stop talking about my clinicalness because I am actually clinical. Look at me go. I'm thinking about actually. Oh, hang
my God,
on.
he's in
Another
again.
that was a massive
pass back
chance.
to the
I was
keeper.
going to actually say every time
That is
I
a
tried to
big
say
chance,
something,
Lisa. And listen, look, bang, bang. That's it. Done. 2 goals in the space of 5 minutes. That's what FIFA is. That's how the game goes, Lisa. And although Trulis has been so good defensively, 2 lapses of concentration, 2 little chances from Daigo, and there it is. He's in the lead with 3 massive points, if you can see this game out. And he's trying to find a third here, Lisa, which is so crucial if he can get it. It falls to Messi in the box. He does the extra pass, and he kicks it straight at Allison. Allison with the save, a very clutch save, and that could have been game over, but it's not. Now Trulis is on the attack, and Lisa, this game is still anyone's. It is up for grabs, and Daigo again kind of leaving it up to chance instead of being the clinical player that we know he can be, kind of snapping at that shot instead of just taking some time, a little bit of composure, and it could have been game over. Instead, we see Trulis on the attack now, but it fizzles out, and Lisa, this is end-to-end stuff as we close in on this game.
It is. Every time I seem to say something, something happens, and it's like, no, I can't say it. I was obviously saying at the time when Trulis actually ended up conceding defensively, and his player switching is actually really, really good. Obviously, the right stick in LB or L1, depending on the console you are, has been very good for him. On the flip side, Daigo, I mean, it just shows how good he is clinical. And I was going to say, actually, we haven't spoke much about Mbappe, which is what you said earlier. However, he's not really done too much. It's been the Messi show today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been nothing but Messi, but there is nothing messy about that performance from Daigo. 1-0 down with 15 minutes to go. He was in the trenches, Lisa, but he pulled himself out. Lionel Messi, the GOAT, has got him the win there. But listen, you've got to give credit where credit is due. We were critical of him about his clinicalness, and he turned around, like you said, and he said, hold on a minute, guys. Let me show you something. And he did it. 2-1. Trulis will be very disappointed with that result. I think he must feel like he had it there. He had it in his grasp, 15 minutes away from winning it and giving himself the chance to go through. It just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, and I actually want to mention, that could go down to bite him, because at the moment, it's now 4-4 for Daigo and Trulis, and obviously, if it does go down to a draw in terms of who's played who, then he's just won. He's just turned it around. Daigo goes through because he's just beat them in that round, and he was winning Trulis. So it's just crazy to think that because they're both at the moment in the same situation on the same points, unless Edgar is able to come back somehow in the last couple of games that he plays, it's going to go down to them two. And obviously, Daigo has just made a massive comeback and won that game, so it's going to mean him going through. It's just crazy to think.
Yeah. Massive win for Daigo. I am just going to correct it there just because there was a little bit of confusion because of the first games. Daigo actually is on 6 points now, so that effectively has knocked Trulis out. And the only one that could really come back is Edgar Covey, who has a couple of games to play as well, but he will have to get through Daigo himself when they replay that first game that we actually covered, which was a different player because they were on a different console or a different gen. We had to go and replay it. So listen, it's up for grabs there. You know, it's anyone's game. Great performance from Daigo, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these last few games play out. Right now, guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial, but we'll be right back with some more action. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh.
That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Have you heard? Braghouse now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Braghouse Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. the top, simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up and running. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in to our final game in Group E. It is Daigo versus Edgar, Covey, and Lisa. And, you know, looking at the groups, this is kind of a formality game. And we know that Daigo has gone through top of the group regardless of this result. So we're kind of just looking at this from a perspective of Daigo just wants the momentum of winning this game, taking it into the end of a great night for him, really. You know, finishing top of his group with 2 wins regardless. Going into the finals, he could be quite confident. He's played really, really well.
Yeah, I definitely think he can be confident with the way that he's played. Obviously, like you mentioned, he's played 2 games, he's won 2 games. You know, I think it shows how good he is if he can go into the quarterfinals on Saturday with 3 wins. I think whoever he plays is going to think, actually, I've got to be careful here. I've got to do maybe even do a little bit of research on him, you know. All they really got to do is watch back the past broadcasts and see, actually, this is the way he plays. He likes to do, for example, Trivella's, he defends really well and sort of work him to his weaknesses, you could say. And that's what most pros do, especially that's why most teams have coaches, because that's what their job is to do, to see how their opponents play and then try and capitalize on the stuff that they don't do as good, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the Twitch chat as well, you know, I see, Angel7 in there. And I believe he's playing tomorrow in tomorrow's group stages. And he just said, I want to see the competition. I play tomorrow and I feel a bit nervous, though. Lisa, what advice could you give to Angel in kind of, you know, fighting them nerves? And you know, like I said before, you know, you've been involved in quite high-profile tournaments and, you know, around the pro scene a lot. So you know better than anyone how these pros deal with this types of pressure.
I can just say that the champion likes to put me on the spot, guys, if you did not know that already. However, I'm sure to give you some a bit of advice anyway. Yeah, I think obviously, like you mentioned, you're going to be nervous. Even me, even at the stage that I am at this game at the moment, not very good. However, in general, how before I do in tournaments, I'm always nervous. I'm worried. You know, I'm not able to eat, which I guess you could say potentially not healthy, but it just the nerves that get to me. I just can't eat. But however, if you feel that, it's just the way that you're going to feel because you care and you really want to do well in the tournament. However, you know, just try and forget about it. Try and forget about the money. I know it's really, really hard to think, actually, I could potentially win $1,000 if I go on to win this tournament. Just take game by game. If you lose, obviously you're only going to have a couple of minutes probably in between games, unless maybe you might have a break for a second. But, you know, have a drink.
Ooh.
I mean, that was a great goal there. However,
Yeah.
I'm going to carry on with what to do. Yeah, I think you've just got to, you know, just take it calm, take it game by game. If you lose a game, try and forget about it. If you win a game, take that as a positive momentum going into the next game. Potentially look at the teams that people are using as well. I'm not sure if you've picked the team that you want to go for yet, but from looking and commentating ourselves, me and Danny, I'm pretty sure we could probably say you should go for PSG. Potentially, if your opponent is using it, I'm not sure if you can use the same teams. Look at the second best team. I think me and Danny can both, Danny even can say that it's potentially, you could say, Real Madrid, especially with the team they have, Danny.
Yeah, I think Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, you know, we haven't seen any Barcelona really tonight, Lisa, which is quite interesting. We've seen quite a few teams use Barcelona as well. And, you know, again, just kind of touching back on the whole how to deal with nerves thing, you know, I have an approach to tournaments of the fact that I'm just going to enjoy myself, right? I'm going to try and play my best FIFA, and I know when I'm on my game that I'm a good player. I can do quite well, and you know, in a game of FIFA, especially one-legged in a round robin, you know, if you believe in yourself, if you know your ability, if you stick to the fundamentals that you know, then you will definitely be okay. You know, I think you have to back yourself as a FIFA player. You have to back your ability. You have to use your knowledge. You have to use your experience as well in terms of game management. And also, my advice would be to keep an eye on the stream, keep an eye on the standings, and know exactly where you stand, because that is vital information that if a few people had known about, you know, coming into these group stages, they may have went through, right, Lise? Like Tyler, keep coming back to it. I feel so sorry for him. He put up a great show, and you know, ultimately he went out to 2 goals because he was taking it easy, you know. So there's a lot of things that come into it, but ultimately just have fun. You're taking part in an incredible tournament put on by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, and listen, it's a great show to be a part of, you know, and it's a great experience. You could take this away, take the experience of playing against these players from these different universities away with you, and take it forward into other comps, you know, or into the next Brag House event as well that we put on. So definitely have fun, enjoy the experience, and just do your best, you know. I always go in kind of expecting nothing, right? Because then when you do get something, then it's a nice treat. It's something above your expectations, right? So just have fun with it. I'm sure you're going to do great, and I can't wait to see how you play tomorrow, Angel. So, yeah, I look forward to that. But Lise, talking about Daigo here, you know, he's 2-0 up. He's been, you know, he's been the one to beat in this tournament. He's probably going to go through undefeated. 3 games, good momentum. And again, like you said, people are going to be watching this, seeing the standings, 9 points on the board, goals scored, and they're going to be thinking, okay, this is one that I don't really want to get too early in the knockout stages.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, you know, you never want to play the best players in the early rounds, especially you'd know, and I would know, especially with E-Premier League. Me and Danny played a tournament recently, and yeah, I got very unlucky with my matchmaking very early. And you might say, well, you got to beat the best to be the best. However, in the early rounds, you don't really want to be playing them. You want to be playing them in the finals, especially because if you get to the final and semi-final of these tournaments, majority of the time you get money on the line. However, early in these group stages, it just doesn't look good if you get early rounded, especially in the first round, which that happened to me twice against 2 elite division players. So, yeah, I think it's tough, especially when you play against a good player early into the competition. However, if you beat them, you think, actually, I could potentially do something here because I've just knocked out the best player in the competition, which gives you even more confidence. So I guess there's perks of playing someone that good in the early rounds. However, it's just not really what you want, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you want to gain some momentum, you know. If you could play a couple of games, get some wins under your belt, get a bit further in the competition, then all of a sudden the belief starts coming in, right? At least you start thinking to yourself, hold on a minute, I'm 3 games away or 4 games away from winning $1,000 here. So, you know, you got to be positive. You got to keep that momentum. But for me, Lisa, it's the mentality, you know. FIFA players, pro FIFA players, they're mentality gods. They are bulletproof. They do not let anything phase them. Even being at EPREM and some of these big tournaments last year, I got to witness it firsthand, live in person. And these guys are just mentality monsters. They do not let any little thing worry them. You won't see any emotion for them if they miss a chance. If they can see the goal, you know, they'll be calm, they'll be collective, and they'll say, right, I back myself, I know my ability, and I know that I'm gonna come back from this. I know I'm gonna be okay. And that's how you have to go into each game with FIFA. We do see a penalty there, a little bit harsh on Edgar there, but Neymar steps up and he's gone for the top bins and he gets it. And 3-0, quite straightforward for Daigo, you know, scored a lot of goals. He's going to go through as top of the group, undefeated. And, you know, it doesn't really get much better than that, Lisa, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's been dominant for him throughout this tournament. Very good player. On the other side, I feel a little bit for Edgar. Obviously, came into the tournament a little bit, I guess, late, not really knowing that he was going to be in the competition. And I think he's done really well considering last minute. You know, I think he's put up a good fight for all the competitors. So obviously, GG's for him for coming in. I mean, at the moment, he is just showboating, to say the least. Isn't Daigo?
Yeah, he's having fun. He's having fun out there. And that's what it's all about, I guess. You know, knowing that the pressure is off. You've already made it through to the finals. So why not? Go have some fun with it, Daigo. I'm here for it. I am here for it. But again, like you said, Lisa, fair play to Edgar as well, coming in late notice. You know, we had a little dropout, little issue there, and he's come in and he's essentially made the show go on. You know, otherwise there would have been forfeits and we wouldn't have been able to cast some of these games as well. So really do appreciate that. We see a crunching tackle there. Absolutely no need for that whatsoever for Nuno Mendes. A little bit of rush to the head. And we do see a chance here for Edgar. He's gone for the dig. Oh, and it's got in. Edgar pulls one back. And Lisa, we may see a little resurgence here in the last 13 minutes of this game. Who knows? Edgar may just have something to say about Daigold and this game.
Yeah, I think he saw him trying to showboat there. He thought, actually, you know what? No showboating from you. I'm going to go get a goal and bring myself back into this game. And he does so well there.
Absolutely. And I just reading the chat there, Lisa, and I see that Real Prince Jalen, he says, if I win the popcorn maker, I'm exchanging it with D-Campion for the jacket he had on yesterday. Listen, Real Prince Jalen, if you win that popcorn maker, that jacket is yours, sir. I will send it personally to you as long as that popcorn maker comes home with me, okay? That is something that I have my eyes on. And of course, guys, if it's something that you guys would like as well, make sure you download the Brag House app on the App Store or Play Store, depending which phone you have, for the chance to win some great prizes. Apple AirPods up for grabs as well, Lisa. Fantastic prize. That popcorn maker. We have some bags. We have loads of cool things. So make sure you get your brags down, guys. Yeah, for a chance to win them FIFA 23 SoCal tokens. And of course, you can redeem them then for bigger prizes the higher you are up on the leaderboards. But Lisa, it's looking like it's a straightforward win here for Daigo. 9 points. Pretty straightforward. Fantastic display, very dominant display, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in the finals.
Yeah, I definitely am. I think he's played really, really well, to be honest with you. Now we're moving into the next game. Interesting to see City and Real Madrid. I wouldn't say it's surprising to say the least, but a very, very close game, you could say. I mean, half-time in this game, or just past half-time, I should say, and it's 0-0. I mean, so far we haven't really seen that this tournament. We've been seeing goals kind of been flying in, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the first game in Group G. Our new groups are underway, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be seeing some fresh players take it on each other for a chance to get into them finals. This is Group G, and this is Grungy Lime with Man City versus King David with Real Madrid. And as you said, Lisa, it looks like it's a tight affair. These players really going at it, but none of them breaking the deadlock yet.
Yeah, I like to say it looks like they're both speaking in game chat. I wonder what they're saying to each other. I wish I could hear that. You never know. But yeah, I mean, close game. It's a shame we didn't join a little bit earlier because we might have been able to see the stats at halftime to see who's dominating. But as it stands, it just looks quite equal, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it's a very close game, and I'm looking forward to seeing the second half. Again, we're seeing Man City versus Real Madrid, and he looks like he's well able to use that Haaland, Lisa. We're seeing a step over and a burst into space. You know, we talked about it earlier. You know, knowing your players, knowing how to use them, and Haaland is definitely one of those players that you have to know how to use. I can't use him personally, Lisa. I am not that type of player, so it's going to be interesting to see the two different play styles here between Madrid and City. As we see Benzema dinking it up to the front post there. But well defended. And Lisa, it's interesting now finding a fresh batch of players in these groups. You know, who are we going to see come out on top? As he gets a snapshot across with Benzema there with his left foot, and it's saved well by Ederson. Corner kick now to Real Madrid as he tries to whip it in. Doesn't beat the first man though, disappointed me enough. And yeah, man, this looks like it's going to be a very, very close game, Lisa.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to quite fine margins, to be honest with you, with who wins this game. I think it will probably just be the first. I mean, it sounds obviously obvious, but I think it will come down to the next person that scores. But I don't think there'll be another one after that. I think, personally, obviously it'll be good as a people watching if we can get as many goals as possible. But I think these two are two players that are cancelling out each other, and a potential chance there, almost as I spoke. I seem to be putting things into existence, I can't lie.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good player. And like I said, Gunji Lime, he looks like he knows how to use that Haaland, Lisa. You know, he pulling back, agile dribbling, created the space, another finesse from outside the box. Maybe could have drove through there a little bit and maybe done a little bit of a more kind of straightforward shot. With Haaland, you know, inside the area, he's absolutely lethal. We know this. But again, we're seeing an over-the-top ball for Haaland. Big touch. And we know he wins them a lot more than loses them, right? At least them 50-50 battles with Haaland. He just bulldozes his way through.
Yeah, them over-the-top through balls normally is like, obviously, as we know, of lengthy. You know, it's a new sort of way of being able to use players that you wouldn't be able to use prior. You know what I mean? Basically, over a long distance, you know, they'll sort of creep their way back in. And we saw that there with that opportunity. You know, sometimes, the majority of the time with a 50-50 like that, Haaland comes out on top or the lengthy player comes out on top. And that's why it's vital to have lengthy players in your team around the pitch, you know, in the midfield. Potential chance.
Oh, man!
He puts it in
It's
the back of the
great
net.
with the near post. It's Vinny Jr. with the header at the back post. I have to tell you the truth, Lisa. I didn't think that was going to go in if he got the header, but I was proved wrong. And it is King David with the goal, a massive goal in what seems to be a very tight tie here. And we're seeing a pause here now from Gunji Lime to maybe mix things up a little bit here, Lisa.
Yes, I mean, interesting to see the ball get obviously played across the box there. Didn't expect him to also get his head on it. I can't lie, not being a very, very tall player. However, I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And we're seeing a few changes being made here. Obviously, seeing that Diaz he's obviously normally an 88 rated for you guys to do play Ultimate Team. However, because he hasn't been playing really, really well at the moment for his team, he's obviously gone to a lower rated. But interesting, I'm pretty sure it may have been Vinicius Jr. that scored that. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it was. And he's very, very, he's not the tallest person, is he?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic header. Very surprised that it bet Ederson at the near post there. Usually you see that being saved quite regularly. And Lisa, I have to mention, it does look like Flex Tyler from yesterday's show and group stages is in the chat. We have to give a quick shout out to him. You know, commiserations still, but it's great to see some of our competitors coming back to support the other guys who are in the group stages as well. So shout out to you, Tyler. And yet again, you know, unlucky yesterday. And thank you for dropping back in. Very, very good to see you in the chat. And but yeah, Lisa, the big chance for Haaland, and he's answered back straight away, and he's done the Haaland celebration as well. Lisa, what a time to score! It's a kickoff goal essentially. How many times have we seen it? He's gone for the chip as well, which is very unorthodox. Usually you'd see people just kind of burying that into the net, but my word, what a finish! And now we have a game, Lisa.
Yes, I mean, we don't really see too many chips, like we mentioned, being scored. However, I mean, personally, over the weekend, you know, weekend league, obviously foot champs, like I mentioned, you know, you've got rivals. I don't really see too many chips being scored. However, we've been seeing quite a lot throughout this tournament. Also want to mention, obviously, we can see they're both talking. As soon as that goal went in there, they were both speaking out. I do wonder if we was getting a little shh, you know, I do wonder. However, I mean, 1-1, very, very close game. I am actually looking at the chat, and I did see Daigo come in the chat and say, GG's to my opponents. See you in the finals, guys. Much love. I mean, I love that, you know, seeing players come in and just, you know, congratulating everyone and saying GG's, because it just shows the sportsmanship.
Oh! Wow, big chance for Haaland there, Lisa. Sorry to interrupt, but that was a massive chance. He's hit the crossbar from a very good position, and that could have been the chance that he was looking for to go ahead and win this game. This is a very tight affair, Lisa. It's hard to see these two players not being on the top, and Vinny goes through, and this time Vinny puts it in the back of the net. What a goal! What a through ball! He is dancing his way to 3 points here, and it is that man Vinicius Jr. again, Lisa, who gets the better, and it is King David with the lead. Wow, what an end we have to this game, and it's not over yet, Lisa.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. I mean, we talk about taking your chances. On the flip side, he had a chance. City, I mean, he just missed it. He hit the crossbar like you mentioned, and then sometimes when you don't take your chances, it goes down the other end, and you can see, and it's just could potentially go to haunt him. And another opportunity there. I don't know what to say. I mean, sometimes you just feel the game goes against you, and I think in this stage, I mean, I feel like David, you could say, is potentially on the lucky side of it. However, when you take your chances, it puts you in winning positions. So, yeah, wow. That's all I've got to say.
It comes down to clinicalness of the game. And these two players are cancelling each other out. And it's come down to chances. Haaland had that chance a few moments ago before they conceded the second goal to go 2-1 ahead. They find themselves 2-1 down now instead because King David has taken his chances. And not only chances, the first one was a half chance with a header, Lisa. So, you know, kudos to King David. He's taken his chances when they come. You know, Haaland and Foden there had two fantastic chances. They'll be ruined them really come the end of this game, as it looks like King David is going to see this game out with a last attack as we go into the final seconds, unless he can get the ball up the pitch here quickly, which he can't. And that is it. our first game in Group G. What a game we were absolutely treated to. It is King David 2, Grudgy Lime 1, and that is 3 points on the board for King David, and a very important 3 points as well, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, they were counting out each other all over the shop there. They were both very, very good. And I think it just goes down to taking your chances. I think that could have easily have been a draw game, but it didn't because David was able to take his chances. And I was actually just looking at Group H. Just wanted to, keep you guys updated. The first game in that group, 7-0 to Doobie. I mean, wow. Over one leg of FIFA, by the way. One leg.
Yeah, that is definitely setting the standard. And just looking at the other game there as well, we had Biscuit Teen, a bit of a tongue twister for me, and Nate Dogg and Biscuit Teen. That's gonna be an issue for me. Has won 2-1, and Lisa, they won 2-1 using your team. You said you wanted to see someone use Man United. They're listening.
Get them a prize right now. That is why they're winning. That's all I'm saying. They are top in this group. Mark my words. I mean, we can't. I mean, I'm struggling to say the name, but I'll make sure I say it throughout this tournament because the first person to use my team, and I'm hoping they can top the group because wow, my team up United.
Absolutely.
That's all I've got to say.
Absolutely brilliant. It's great to see it again. It's great to see these teams being used as well. But yeah, we do have to mention Doobie FC with a 7-0 win. PSG versus Real Madrid versus Moyes. And he's setting the standards right there, Lisa, right? Like, that's 7+ goals on the leaderboard and 3 points. You have to be looking at that thinking, oh, wow, okay, I don't fancy playing this guy. 7 goals in one leg of FIFA. He must be good.
Yeah, exactly. But however, they're using United. As soon as they play, we're winning. That's what I'm saying, chat. You got to back us. Come on. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, of course, the next games in that group is Doobie versus Nate Dogg and Biscuit Teen versus Moyes. So hopefully we can come to that very, very shortly. But an absolutely firecracking start to Group G. With King David winning his first game against Gunji Lime. And listen, Lisa, we have to talk about it. It comes down to chances created versus chances taken, right? Like, because if we're looking at that game, we're taking Gunji Lime. He had a lot of chances. He had the right angles as well for a left footer to go across keeper. Haaland hit the crossbar. Foden hit over the bar. Maybe just a little bit too trigger happy in terms of power shot. The power used on the shot, probably 3.5 bars or 3 bars instead of 2. These little intricate things, they make the difference, right?
Yeah, they definitely do, and I think it's going to go to haunt him, which it did in that game. As soon as he missed that opportunity with Haaland, on the flip side, David went down the other end and scored. So I think if he scored that, he would have been in a winning position. So I think it's just about taking your chances, and if it does go down to because of how good David and Lime was, it could go down to that game to see who progresses as well. So it's crazy to think about, especially as it's only one person that does get out of the group as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just letting you guys know the result of the other game in Group G. It was Glish Money versus Walking Gotham. And Glish Money took the 3 points and the 3-goal plus as well for goal difference with a 4-1 win over Walking Gotham. So it is heating up already after the first game, Lisa. 2 players with 3 points and a nice goal difference lead there for Glish Money. I am looking forward to seeing them two play very, very shortly as well. And listen, Lisa, as we head into this game, it is, of course, Biscuit Teen with Man United versus Moyes of Real Madrid. Lisa, we get to call a game with your team being played. How happy are you right now?
That's all I've got to say. It's time to. I mean, we're losing, but let's not look at the scoreline, okay? Let's not look at the scoreline, okay? Every time we score, you're going to hear a big cheer.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it is doom and gloom at the minute for Man United and Biscuit Teen in this game as they find themselves 1-0 down early in this tie. But listen, it is early yet, Lisa. Plenty of time, plenty of FIFA to be played, and hopefully we can see a resurgence from them. They're keeping the possession nicely, finding a few little pockets here going forward, and a big chance, and it's falling kindly to him. No, it's cleared off the back post, and it is out for a goal kick, surprisingly enough. It looked like it was a corner, but early signs here that Biscuit Teen is not a pushover, Lisa, that they can indeed get themselves back into this game.
I would say absolutely rigged. That should have gone in, and I'm just joking. That's unfortunate, to be fair. I actually am just looking at the chat. I saw Tyler say, these streams are so much fun to watch, and love to see there's so many college gamers that play FIFA. Exactly, and that is why it's so good for Bragg House to put on these tournaments, just so these players can show how good they are at the game. And like you mentioned, there is potentially going to be tournaments in the future. Just make sure to follow Bragg House on social media platforms, on Twitter mainly, but obviously Instagram as well, because they'll be posting when there is going to be more tournaments.
Absolutely, Lise. Hopefully plenty more to come from us in the future. But right now, we are dealing with the small task of finding our final players that are going to be battling it out over the weekend for a chance to win $1,000. Lisa, you never told me, what would you do with $1,000 if you won it?
You're hitting me on the spot again. I see how it's potential chance quickly though before I do say
Oh,
it.
big chance!
Ouch.
Big chance, and that's 2-0, and it is not looking good for Biscuitine right now, Lisa, and Man United are in the mud, as they say. It is not looking good, but it looks to me that Moyes is, it looks like he's very clinical here, Lisa.
Yeah, and obviously we do talk about being clinical. Biscuitine obviously did have an opportunity earlier, and unfortunately it wasn't to be. But that's what happens when you don't take your chances. Majority of the time, your opponent goes on the other end and has an opportunity, whether they take that or not. But in this case, Moyes was able to take it and see himself go 2-0 up. But in terms of what I'll do with $1,000, I mean, obviously we are from UK, so the conversion would probably be around, let's say, £900. So I think I would probably upgrade my setup at first. Try and make the streams better. Other than that, maybe a little cheap holiday for the family. It's good to play a lot of FIFA, but sometimes, you do need a little bit of break. So I think, mentally have a nice little break with the family and then upgrade the setup so I can have a better streams for people watching. What would you do with it? Let me know.
Yeah. What would I do?
Yeah.
One
what
word.
would you do?
2 words. Oh my God! That's 3 words, but I was taken by surprise there because that was a Snapchat from a snapshot from Ronaldo inside the box. And Lisa, your team is back in it here, and this is very, very interesting. Now it's game on. It is 2-1 in the first half of this game, and it's looking like we're set up for a firecracker here, Lisa.
Zoom. That's all I've got to say. That's all I've got. I mean, we're back in it, but you also didn't get a chance, I'll be honest, to say what you'd spend the money on.
What I'd spend $1,000 on?
Yep.
Popcorn machine. But I don't need to, Lise, because I can win it through the Bragg House app. If I win enough FIFA 23 tokens and finish on the leaderboard, make sure you download the Bragg House app and be in with a chance to win Apple AirPods or a popcorn machine or bags. There's loads of stuff. Get on it, guys. It is free to download. Make sure you do it now, all right? So yeah, Lisa, I mean, I'm gonna have to look into this popcorn thing. If I don't win it on Bragg House, I'm gonna have to look into buying one because I have my heart set on it now. I feel like it needs to happen. It's what my house is missing right now is a popcorn machine. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to look into it. But we do see the attack here. Ronaldo looking for the header. We know how good Ronaldo is in the air in this game, Lisa. And not a bad little tactic there to go down the end line and maybe, get a few high crosses in for Ronaldo.
Yeah, exactly. I think with how much you mentioned his popcorn machine, you never know. You might end up winning it yourself. I mean, or he might end up giving it to you. I mean, wow. I think he likes a bit of popcorn, guys. I can't lie. I mean, to be fair, I think everyone loves a bit of popcorn. I remember when I had a popcorn machine when I was younger, and I can't lie. I think it's what made me fat to this day. I can't lie. Popcorn is very, very nice. That's all I've got to say. But yeah, I think if I was to try and win a prize, especially, by downloading the app that you can do, like Daddy said, I think I'd want the AirPods. I mean, it's good to listen to some music when playing some foot champs because otherwise you might lose your head a bit.
For me, the popcorn machine. I think the chat are on my side as well. Victor in there as well. 2 words, popcorn machine. Absolutely. Give it to me. I need it. I need it, Lisa. I have an obsession. I need to stop.
Yeah, I mean, Real Prince just typed in the chat saying, let's go shopping. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Just getting a few clothes in or, maybe some food. Who knows? Depending on what type of shopping you're going for.
Popcorn machine, Jalen. Popcorn machine. You would go shopping for a popcorn machine, okay? Stop lying to yourself. All right, Lisa, we see halftime here in the game, and it is 2-1, and it is very much game on in this tie right now as well. Biscuitine coming back, being 2-0 down, as we said time and time again, 2-0, it's a dangerous scoreline, but it's also, very dangerous for Biscuitine as well. If they concede another goal, then, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to come back. So, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, it's 2-1. They're still in this game, and I think it's set up for a Grand Slam finish in the second half.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's obvious, kind of, but I feel like the next goal in this game is crucial. We say it all the time. We talk about, you know, a 2-goal lead. And personally, at 2-1, I'm worried. Even in a winning position, I'm worried. I think, actually, am I going to bottle this game? You know, especially if my opponent is, you know, someone that I feel was better than me, I worry, because I think, you know, I was 2-0 up against this person, and now it's 2-1, and, you know, they're going to go constant pressure, going to go press after possession on the 65th minute when they know, you know, they're closing out of the game. So I think for me, I get worried, and I get even more worried because when my opponent does constant pressure, they run at me like balls. When I do it, they just walk around like, yep, nothing to do today. So, yeah, it's very tough. And I kind of want to see Biscuit Teen coming back because, you know, only person using United. And I feel like if they lose this game, will they change it up to a better team? And that's what I'm worried about. I can't lie. That's the main thing that I'm worried about. I do not want them to lose. I want them to get at least a point on board. I want to see them carry on representing my team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they've definitely showed signs that they're able to, and we see some good play here, and they've got in, and they've made it 2-2, Lisa. They've heard you. They've answered your prayers. It is Scott McTominay with the equalizer, and that was fantastic play. Tiki-taka around the box, found the space, done the finesse, opened out the body, wrapped it in to the side netting, and it is truly game on here now. With 2-2 on the scoreboard, with 40 minutes left to play in FIFA, we are ready for a game, Lisa. 2-2.
I just wanted to say, I think they call me Mystic Manly. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I called it. I needed them to score because I didn't want them to have to switch teams, and they scored. And maybe a winner now. That's all I'm saying, chat. A winner, and you might get a zoo from me. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I hope Ronaldo doesn't score just so we don't have to endure that pain. But listen, Lisa, 2-0 down. The mentality of Biscuit Teen looks like they are very, very high level. You know, 2-0 down. They didn't panic. They're finding the gaps. They're finding the spaces. They're fighting in the trenches to pull themselves out. They've now got a back level. Is it a case of doing the right thing, doing the same thing right now? Or do they try and up the level? Do they kind of slow down the pace? They really have to keep their foot on the front foot right now, right?
They sure do, and I thought that was going to be a goal as soon as you said that. I didn't want to speak just in case of a potential shot. Oh, it's a penalty. Is that penalty? I mean, wait, hang on.
No, it's a free kick offside.
I got excited, chat. I got excited. I mean, to be fair, the ref did point down to the spot it looked like. I was getting excited. I was ready to, I was getting my throat prepared for that, especially as Ronaldo would have probably been in it. I'm upset, chat. I'm upset. Come on, man.
Yeah,
fuming.
some lovely non-biased commentating there from Lisa Manley. As always, you know, you wouldn't be able to tell she's a Man United supporter whatsoever. But yeah, look, Lisa, we're seeing a pause here, an early pause, and you know, something isn't right for Moyes. They're obviously changing something up. They're not happy with how things are going, and rightly so. 2-0 up, you're thinking you're cruising, right? First half, I'm thinking I'm going for 4s and 6s here. You know what I mean? Like they must have thought that they had this game wrapped up.
Yeah, we speak about it. You know, sometimes when you feel like you've got a game wrapped up, you take the foot off the gas, and I think that's potentially what you could say has happened here. You know, I know, we've all done it, right? We've all thought, oh, this is an easy game, we've won it, and the next, you know, you see yourself 3-2 down, you think, what just happened? Because I've been dominating this person the whole game. But yeah, clearly isn't happy, and I think that's kind of plays on the side of Biscuit team, because realistically, you know something's not right when your opponent keeps pausing it, right? And that could play on your mind thinking, let's just keep going and going and going because confidence is high. You just came back 2 goals.
Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. And they're definitely peppering the goal here now. Biscuit Teen on the front foot. He has the momentum for scoring the last 2 goals, and they're working the ball nicely around the area. Scott McTominay looking for another shot there as well. Obviously got the equalising goal. But Lisa, it is looking more and more likely that we are going to see a winning goal here from Biscuit Teen if they keep piling on the pressure like this. But do not be, don't turn down Moyes here. Moyes is on the counter attack every single time they win the ball, and they're looking to go forward every single time, Lise. They are a threat going forward, and it's obvious from the start that they had. It was 2-0. You know, game looked like it was about to trickle out. The next goal from Moyes would have killed it. But now we're sitting here 2-2. Moyes hasn't really had a sniff since they got the goals, but they are still a threat, Lisa, and they still know that they've scored 2 goals, right?
Yeah, I do think non-biased aside, obviously wanting United to win, I do think that although Biscuit Team is going forward and looking really, really good at the moment, I think they just keep rushing it in the final third. They just keep shooting when they could just, try and work it in a little bit more. However, a power shot from distance!
Oh! My
Oh,
God, I thought that was in, and that had to be a matter of inches away from that post, Lisa. Again, we're seeing the all ever-present long shots, long, powerful shots. A new feature brought into the game, L1R1 or LB-RB on your Xbox controller, and you will get a shot away that will rasper past the goal or into the net. Simple as. And, that was very close, Lisa. And a little bit of information there about Biscuitine, that they know the game and they know the mechanics and the new mechanics that are involved this year, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. I think it shows how good they are. Like I said, I haven't really done it too much this year. I felt like it wasn't a new feature added into the game that I thought would be really good added into my game. A few times I've done it, I can't lie, and I keep forgetting that, you can't just...
Big opportunity here, Lisa! I'm sorry to cut in,
I was too busy
but it is
waffling.
3-2. And just like that, Moyes has taken the lead against the run of play. It's that man, Vinny Jr. again, Lisa. A big opening arise there for Vinny, and he opened out his body. He put it into the far corner, and De Gea was left stranded in the net. And that's a major let-off for Biscuitine here, Lisa, after being so dominant since getting that first goal back.
Yeah, I think Biscuit Team will be very, very upset with Gazin. I definitely think it has been against the run of play, but when you don't take your chances, we keep talking about it. Sometimes it'll go to bite you, and I mean that's what happened there. We see a lovely corner routine that didn't end up working out, but you could definitely say against the run of play. But I mean, sometimes that happens. But a potential chance here. Oh, what a save!
What a save! It's that man Courtois again, Lisa, in the net. And that was Ronaldo as well. That wasn't just any player, Lisa. That was Ronaldo, albeit on his weaker foot, but central of the goal, went across goal, and Courtois with his long arms could almost be mistaken for wings. The size of the guy. He is 6'5". He is an absolute animal of a man in that goal, and he makes that goal look small, and that's no easy feat. But Ronaldo, again, basically, that's a massive opportunity to get one back and maybe go on to win this game. But now they find themselves 3-2 down, up against it, and probably looking at best, getting a draw here.
Yeah, I think a draw would be good, to be honest, especially with how both have played this game. But potential chance here, they ran into each other, and was that his own player that took it off him? It would have been a penalty, I assume, if it was the case. However, a great cross into the box. This has been a great game to watch for a neutral.
Yeah, absolutely end-to-end stuff, and it is 3-2 as we close in on the final 5 minutes of this game, Lisa. And it's a game of chances, but also it's a game of saves. I mean, De Gea has had a couple of saves up there as well, but Courtois being the main feature in when about goalkeepers, because he's been an absolute brick wall for every single player that's used Real Madrid here. He has been so good, and goalkeepers can win you games as much as strikers, right, Lisa?
Yeah, exactly. When your goalkeeper makes outstanding saves, it makes you think, yes, I've got this. If I make a mistake out in the back line, my goalkeeper's going to cover me. I mean, potential chance. I'll come back for that. Can we get a last-minute goal? What a block that was! Wow.
Yeah, big block.
We
but
talk
they're still
about
on the attack here,
goalkeepers.
Lisa. It's still live. It is still live, and they've got it around him. He's gone for the extra pass, and they've scored. It is 3-3 in the dying embers of the game as Bruno Fernandes runs off to celebrate at Old Trafford. It is going to end 3-3 here in this game, and Biscuit Team has gone until the end, and they've been rewarded for their resilience, Lisa. It is Fergie time back at Old Trafford. 3-3 on the day. What a game.
Chat, no favoritism over here, but hey, finally we end up getting an amazing game. 3-3. Wow. We joined another game and it's 2-2.
Yeah, what a game that was, Lisa. It's going to be hard to top that, but I'm sure we will as we join in on this second game here. And as we join in, it's a big chance for Haaland, and it is raining goals in this tournament right now, ladies and gentlemen. Are you not entertained? I know I am. Haaland gets the goal to put them 3-2 ahead. Fantastic extra pass to find him with space in the box, and he rattles it into the net. 3-2 to City. PSG finding themselves down here with 20 minutes to play, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this competition has goals and is very, very close. We talk about goal difference, and at the moment, in this group, and there's been goals flying in. And also wanted to mention in the chat, we did see Tyler type in the chat. Obviously, we did see him take part, I think it was yesterday, in the competition, narrowly missing out. But however, potentially the next one can get it. He said, I'd use the money for car maintenance. So that just shows what these students would spend it on if they got the money.
Absolutely. Big chance here for Haaland, just as we're talking about, Lisa. And he's gone for the extra pass, but he's just missed it. And we are watching, of course, right now, Glish Money versus Gunji Lime. And it looks like Gunji Lime has taken the lead 3-2. And this is a big result for him after losing to King David in the first game, Lisa, to get 3 points on the board and put some pressure on King David.
Yeah, we'll talk about momentum is key. Obviously, after using your first game, you might be a little bit upset, however, but coming back into your next game and, you know, in a 3-2 situation, you're winning. You just got to try to hold on, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing some changes here from Gunji Lime as well. You know, bringing on a couple of replacements, maybe some legs, fresh legs in the midfield to try and give him the best opportunity to hold on to this lead. And Lisa, what a display of FIFA we've been gifted here tonight. You know, obviously courtesy of our sponsors McDonald's and Coca-Cola, and of course Bragg House as well. You know, a lot of work has gone into this, guys, so that they deserve absolutely massive credit from, you know, the top down to the bottom of people who have been working so tirelessly to make this happen and to make it happen so fantastically as well. You know, we have not missed a trick in this tournament, so absolutely kudos to them. But Lisa, we have to talk about this game here and how important Gunji Lime needs these 3 points, you know, to keep the pressure on King David. Of course, if it does end up on level points with them at the end of the group, you know, King David will take it because of the head-to-head.
Yeah, exactly. And I was actually looking at the group standings at the moment and checking the earlier game. Like you mentioned, he obviously lost to King David 2-1 earlier. However, in the game before, Money ended up winning 4-1, and now they're in a losing position. So in this situation, realistically, they need to be winning to have back-to-back wins to see themselves go out of the group. So it's crazy what one loss or a draw can do to your total points and your chance of getting out of the group.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a very tight group in that group. Group G, it looks like there's going to be 3 players on 3 points after 2 games. So it's looking like it's very close and a big chance. What a save from Donnarumma there to keep it out and keep Glish Money's chances alive of trying to get a point. But he has found himself in with De Bruyne. He goes across keeper with his weak foot. An absolute peach of a goal. That is game, set, and match. That is 3 points coming home with Gunji Lime. And Lisa, you have to say it's probably well deserved.
Yeah, I definitely think he's been the most dominant in this game. Obviously, we didn't see the first half all the way up into 60th minute, but since we've joined, we obviously joined at the perfect time. As always, it's just seems to be the case at the moment, which, I mean, we're not moaning, and I'm sure you guys at home are not moaning when we catch up with a goal just in time. But yeah, I think from what we've seen so far, it's been all Gunji Lime, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely, and a very dominant performance, 4-2. And again, it's great for us and the neutrals at home, Lisa, because we get to witness a very tight group yet again. But there may be something to say about it just at the end. Very important save there, Lisa. As we know, goal difference is very, very important. That's a +2 goal difference and a +3 points on the board for Gunji Lime, and he's off the mark with some points. And, you know, as we're looking at it right now, Glish Money obviously won that first game, 3 points on the board, losing this one, so he stays at 3 points after 2 played. Gunji Lime with 2 played and 3 points on the board, and King David with 3 points with 1 played. So it is in King David's hands, so to speak here, Lisa. If he wins all of his games, he goes through.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like we've just joined the game at the perfect time as Messi scores to make it 2-1. I mean, wow, we seem to be joining games as they score goals. I mean, it's fantastic.
Yeah, and this is walking Gotham versus King David, and King David is losing right now by the looks of it, Lisa, which is going to give us an incredible Grand Slam finish for the 3rd round of games in this group. That means that we will have potentially all 4 players in with a chance to go through. That's the first time that this has happened, right, Lise?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's the first time we've seen it happen. Normally, we have one or two players that are absolutely storming the group. However, this time, like you mentioned, all four of them have a chance, and a potential chance here.
Oh my God, this could be
yeah,
it!
Park we talk about.
Wow. 3-1 at halftime. King David is finding himself in a position that he is unfamiliar with in terms of this tournament, where he just, he got the win against Gunji Lime last game. Now he's 3-1 down in the trenches. He is going to have to do a lot of work in the second half, Lisa, to pull this game back and essentially give himself a great chance of going through. Even 1 point here from David, a draw is massive for him compared to everybody who's just on 3 points right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we saw the stats there, 10 shots there for walking. I mean, PSG is on top. And I think from the game that we saw prior, obviously, just looking at the groups at the moment, I mean, he won 2-1, narrowly beating Gunji, and we knew that he was a good player. I think that third goal, his defence just seemed to split open, which you hate it when that happens. But I think next goal in this game, we keep talking about it, is crucial. If he can get the next goal to make it 3-2, he starts to make his opponent think, actually, have I got this in the locker? Am I going to end up winning this game? And then potentially it will open up for you to potentially get some popcorn out, or potentially a McDonald's, because it's going to start getting tight and tense.
Absolutely. Grand Slam finish is on the way if this scoreline stays the same. It is 3-1 to Walking Gotham, who lost his first game, Lisa, to Glish Money, who Gunji Lime just beat. And Gunji Lime lost to King David. So I don't know. Make it make sense, Lisa.
It's FIFA for you. Anything can happen in a game of FIFA. If you play the best that you can on the day, you come out on top. And obviously, in this situation, if you play your game per game, obviously sometimes one game, you get a little lucky rebound that can help you, or something can happen that would really annoy you in terms of maybe you've hit the crossbar 2 times, and then you start making mistakes because you're frustrated. So you've got to play your game game by game, day by day, depending on if these players make it to the quarterfinals. So it's tough. It is tough, and mentally you've got to stay strong, because if you lose a little bit of hope or glimpse of concentration, you could see yourself in a losing position.
Absolutely, Lisa. And I'm just going to bring everyone up to date on some of the fixtures in the other group that we have on, Group H. And the second round of games, obviously, we've seen the incredible comeback from Biscuit Teen against Moyes. 3-3 in that game. And the other game finished 4-2 to Dobby FC. Doobie FC, correction, against Nate Dogg. That brings Doobie up to 6 points after 2 games. Biscuit Teen on 4 points after 2 games. Nate Dogg on 0 and Moyes on 1. So it doesn't look like Doobie, it is in his hands if he can get the last win. Of course, that is going to be a head-to-head game against Biscuit Teen. So if Biscuit Teen wins that game, they go through top of the group on 7 points, and Doobie would go out with 6 points. So Grand Slam finish coming up there, Lisa. And also we have a Grand Slam finish coming up in this group. It's been all action here tonight, and it has been incredible. We are set up for a big finale in these 2 groups, Lisa. And I honestly can't call who's going to go through.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I don't think anyone's going to be able to call it, especially with what we've seen over the last couple of days. I didn't think anything could top what we saw yesterday, but today definitely has with what we've seen. And I tomorrow will definitely top today as well. It's just a recurrence, things that seems to be happening. But yeah, I think we're going to get another group potentially that could go down to golden difference, or goal difference even. I can't even speak. But yeah, I think we could see a group that goes down to goal difference in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing a fight back from King David. He's digged it in. Maybe the wrong decision there, Lisa. Maybe a ground pass would have been the better option. However, he is battling, and I can't help but think that he's still in this game, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. If he could score before these, I'd say 75th minute in this game, give him a glimpse of hope, potential chance here. But I think he might be offside. Yeah, he is. That'd have been massive if he was onside there, to be able to get that goal, to see himself potentially in a better position.
Yeah, absolutely. But for as it stands right now, we are going to be heading to a 4-way, basically playoff, right? I mean, Walking Gotham here, if he gets the 3 points, that's going to have every single player on 3 points going into the final game, and it's just incredible. We're very lucky, Lise, that this is happening, right? Because it probably doesn't happen very often, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I actually wanted to mention quickly, I know obviously in this game it's not the case because they're in a losing position. However, Courtois throughout this tournament has been amazing. Same with Donnarumma.
Yeah.
It's interesting actually to see not too many Keylor Navas being used. I'm not sure. I assume he's on this mode, but it's interesting to see Donnarumma being used. Would you use Donnarumma over Keylor Navas? I mean,
Yeah. No, Keylor Navas, even though he's the same rating, I just feel like he's not nowhere near at the level of Donnarumma. I used Donnarumma from the start of FIFA this year, the whole way through, and he's definitely the best keeper that I've actually used in the game. I've used Courtois as well. I feel like Donnarumma is actually better, believe it or not. I don't know, he just saved an awful lot more from me. Courtois is a little bit flappy at times. He kind of lets a lot of easy goals in that kick straight at him, whereas Donnarumma is his shot stopping is very, very good. So, Donnarumma is definitely for me one of the best keepers in the game. It's quite strange that to see a team have two highly rated goalkeepers like that, right? It's never usually the case because they're so highly rated. They're going to be starting at a different team somewhere else. But for me, it is definitely Donnarumma.
Yeah, I think it definitely shows the depth of the team when you have two highly, amazing goalkeepers, especially as that, like you mentioned, they're both two high rated in FIFA, but shows how good they are in real life. It's sort of like City, you could say, really, especially in real life anyway. When they play the sort of cups, Carabao Cup, FA Cup, normally they play their second team, and majority of the time, whoever they play, that second team is better than their whole team because of the depth they have in their squad. And I think that's kind of like what PSG has. They have so many good players in their team, and that's why everyone picks them in this tournament because they have so many good players. There's a potential chance there, but quite easy for the goalkeeper to save, even if that was good on Navas, let's be honest.
Time is starting to run out now for King David here, Lisa, and he's going to have to work his magic and pull off a miracle if he's going to come away with 1 point here. Of course, 1 point would be massive to him, Lisa, having had 3 points on the board, but Mbappe goes clear. He goes with a chip. Courtois gets him out of trouble. It deflects off of Messi's face and goes out for a goal kick. And Lisa, a let off there for King David. Maybe having to put bodies forward to try to get back in this game is leaving exposed at the back.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a crazy, crazy group and game. Just reading the chat as well, Tyler has said, this group is entertaining. 4-way tie, crazy. I mean, it's great to see other competitors in this competition supporting others. It's great to see, and I agree. I mean, it's probably the best group we've had so far in terms of how close it's been between the competitors.
Yeah, it is crazy how this has turned out, and a lot of upsets. After that first game, Lisa, I would have said King David was going to go on to probably steamroll this group, but it just goes to show that you can never, ever, go off a one-legged game of FIFA and kind of take it for real, because it's one game, and we all know how one game FIFA matches turn out sometimes. We've all been there where we haven't played our best or we haven't, performed at our best, and we're seeing it there, Lisa. I mean, that was an upset. Walking Gotham lost his first game to Glish Money, who then lost to Gunji Lime, who David beat, and it's just it's absolutely crazy. I don't know who's going to win this group, Lisa. Who are you calling?
Well, he loves chat. Let's be honest. He loves hitting me on the spot. I can't lie. But I mean, look at it, like the results that we've seen so far. I think, to be fair, I kind of thought David would as well. But after that result, I guess we can't realistically go for him. I think I'm going to go. Maybe
it's tough. I don't know how.
I think Gunji Lime. I think I like his name. He obviously won.
He showed potential in that first game as well. He was not. David struggled against him in that first game as well, and then he comes out and he beats Glish Money, who bet the player that bet David. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Obviously, coming up in the final games, we have Gunji Line versus Walking Gotham. We have Glish Money versus King David for that group for the 4-way playoff. And right now, we are into the final game, the head-to-head tiebreaker, so to speak. Biscuit Teen against Doobie FC. And listen, Lisa, your team is down 1-0 early in the game already again.
I mean, you just try. You feel like you just punched me in the chest there with the way you said that. I mean, it's not looking good, is it? But we see a comeback before. That's all I've got to say. I mean, you can't let the goats. You can't think they're going to lose yet. You've got to have a bit of glimpse of hope. We've got the goat Ronaldo in our team. Let's just leave it as that.
Yeah, of course, Doobie, who we haven't covered yet, has won his first 2 games 7-0 against Moyes, who Biscuit Teen very, very controversially drew against. But just as I speak about it, Luke Shaw, of all players, Lisa, has made a darting run down the sideline and wrapped it into the top corner with that left boot of his. 1-1. And like you said, you just can never count the GOATs out, Lisa. Your words, not mine. I'm just repeating what they were. But you are right yet again, Lisa. Mystic Manley with the prediction. And up the other end, it's a kickoff goal. And oh my word, Neymar. He's grittying on him.
Oh, he's gritty in chat.
Gritty out at Old Trafford. And yet again, we are witness to incredible scenes, end-to-end games. 2-1 now to Doobie. He fires back straight away. No time to celebrate for Biscuitine. It is 2-1, and we are back to the drawing board here.
I didn't even get to celebrate my team scoring, and then next thing you know, we were like, if you guys blink at the moment, you're going to miss a goal. That's all I'm saying. Make sure you're stuck to your phone right now, or whatever you're watching on TV, because if you go to get a drink or something, you're going to miss something in this game. 2-1 in 30 minutes. I mean, this is a game to watch. And I mean, wanted to mention, obviously, Luke Shaw scoring. Very interesting to get on the scoreboard. Obviously, he is a left back. Can obviously, I think, pretty sure play centre back as well. But you know, left back, he obviously had that injury a while ago where he came back. Hopefully I see him in the England squad. I'm pretty sure that's announced tomorrow if it hasn't already been announced. I think it is tomorrow. So looking forward to that. However, it's been a close game so far, and I think there's gonna be plenty more goals, to say the least, in this game.
Yeah, absolute fireworks here in this game as we've joined it, Lisa. Plenty of goals, plenty of action. And again, this is a head-to-head tie. Whoever wins this game goes through, Lisa. A lot at stake. Essentially, in the grand scheme of things, this is a $1,000 game.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Because if you do not win this game, you do not get out of the groups to potentially win that.
Big mistake here,
Lisa.
Lisa.
That's a massive
This could be
mistake.
bad. Oh my days, what a save. David De Gea with the feet. We've seen it time and time again in real life. He does that feet shot, the foot save, and he is known for it. He's renowned for it, and he's bringing it out on a virtual pitch now as well. Big let off there for Biscuitine, and that is warning signs and not to mess about with it at the back against Doobie FC here, Lise.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive opportunity, and yeah, again, it's just not clinical enough. Obviously, it was a great save. We can't take that away because we do know how good the GOAT De Gea is. I mean, he's been
here, Lise.
Throughout the years. I mean, we see Manuel Neuer technically in that there. You know, little coming out to try and stop the goal from happening. But yeah, I mean, he's over the years he's had a couple of seasons where he's not been the greatest, but this year he's been very, very good for United. But in this game as well, that was a great save because I think if they conceded there to go 3-1 down, I think it was game, set, and match. And I think it keeps the the McDonald's, the popcorn alive, because this is a tense game.
Yeah, absolutely, end to end. And we are set up for yet again another Grand Slam finish in this group in the second half, Lise. It's, again, a tough one to call, but it is looking like Doobie FC is kind of on the front foot. But a ball in here for Ronaldo. Couldn't get there. The goalkeeper comes out. Donnarumma again with the save, and even in the dying seconds of the game, Lisa, you can't take your eyes off it. It's just anything is happening at any given time. You cannot take your eyes away or you will miss it. Do not blink, ladies and gentlemen. This is set up for the Grand Slam finish we all wanted. It is 2-1 at halftime to Doobie FC. However, this game could go either way, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking at the table, it has to be a must-win for Biscuitine to actually even advance, because looking at the table, Doobie won 7-0 in the first game that he played, then 4-2 in the next, which means he's obviously on 6 points, and then this is the last game that he's obviously going to play out of the group. So if he wins this, he's on maximal points that he can get in the group. And on the flip side, we did see obviously potential chance here.
The keeper, it's gone for the dig. It's cleared off the line. Great defending. Last ditch defending there. Maybe the wrong choice to go for the dink. I think if they had to take a touch around the head there, they would have an open goal to shoot into. So again, that decision could come back to bite them, Lisa. But again, warning signs that Doobie is getting around this defense, and it could be in again here, and a good tackle to be made there by Biscuitine, and it is really knife edge type stuff here, Lisa. One mistake, one mistimed challenge, one mistimed pass, and it could be lights out for both of these teams.
Yeah, exactly, and especially there's only one goal in it at the moment. Can we potentially see that comeback here? Nice feet on the edge of the box there, onto the edge. Can we see a Travella maybe there? That is a perfect position for it. Goes for the extra pass, and unfortunately, it has been intercepted and a potential counter-attack here, but, you know, Martinez, we know how good he's been for United this year. However, like I was saying, looking at the groups, it's 4 points at the moment for Biscuit Team, and, you know, the last game for them as well. So if they have to get a win here, so we might potentially see a pause if they know already. And if they can get out of this group, they're going to have to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is really do or die now for both of these players, you know. I mean, Doobie needs to keep the lead, possibly, you know, they definitely need another goal here, Lise. They definitely need another goal because, you know, Biscuitine has shown that they can fight right until the end and score at any time. We see some good play here from Mbappe, maybe holding on to it a bit too long. There was an opening there to get through, but recycle the possession and gets clamped by Bruno Fernandes, and now they're on the attack. Ronaldo could be in. They didn't do it. They decided to go for Rashford here on the left wing, and let's see if they could work their magic and work it into the area. Listen, this is going down to the wire, Lise. I cannot call it. It is literally a chess game here.
Yeah, exactly. It's been like you have a shot, I have a shot, you have a shot, I have a shot. It's been literally end to end, and I think the next goal is going to come here. That's what I'm saying. Pass across the ball. Oh, too much of a big touch, and in that situation, it's tough because, you know, with lengthy players, sometimes they do take a heavy touch. But interesting to see the formation being used. You know, we know certain formations this year are more overpowered than others. However, I mean, interesting to see. I've never seen someone move a play like that before, by the way. That is somewhat amazing.
Yeah, that is very, very odd. You don't usually see him being moved around that intricately and kind of specifically, more or less just to the positions of your formation. So very interesting there for Biscuitine. Maybe there's a reason behind it. I'd love to know what it is, and to see if there's actually a difference in how it makes them play in their position.
Yeah, exactly. I've never seen someone do that before. I guess it's because I don't really play this mode. Obviously, I'm an ultimate team gal, you could say. But yeah, I think it's interesting to see that. And I mean, if it works, that is what you call absolute magic, because, you know, they do need to get 2 goals, remember, to see himself get out of the group, especially with the points that Doobie is on at the moment. However, we've seen him come back before. Not to a win, but to a draw. And there's still
good
time
ball
in this
there.
game.
There could be an opportunity for Anthony with the finesse. Oh, they went for the finesse with Anthony. We've seen him in real life wrap them in. You know, he is capable of doing it in the game as well. However, it wasn't meant to be in that instance. And now, Lisa, we have moved over to the other group where we have a 4-way tie for top spot. This is a winner takes all type situation with goal difference coming into it if it has to, alongside head-to-head ties. So, Lisa, right now we are watching Gotham versus Gunji Lime. It is Gotham who is losing 2-1 to Gunji Lime right now. Man City taking the lead 2-1 going into half-time. And Lisa, listen, we couldn't have asked for much more going into the final game. Everybody level on points. The goal difference is very, very close as well. Just looking at the group tables right now, Lisa, it's looking like there is 1 goal that splits Gotham with Glish Money. They have a -1. Glish Money on a +1. Gunji Lime is on a +1. He will be on a +2 if this stays the same. And King David is on a -1 as well. So this is looking like it's going to go down completely to the wire in terms of goal difference. Of course, if Gunji Lime and Glish Money are both on the same points, it will go down to their head-to-head, which Gunji Lime won 4-2, Lisa. I hope you're keeping up. Listen, I don't get it either, chat, okay? Listen, it's a lot to take in. There's a lot going on, but it's fantastic. It's absolutely entertaining. It's exactly what we're here for, and I am buzzing about it.
Yeah, and I am looking at in the group chat, I was going to say. I'm looking in the chat, and I did see Jilly type in the chat saying, me versus King David next for Group G. Wish me luck, y'all. So, good luck.
Absolutely.
I mean...
Best of luck.
I think with how good he is as well, I definitely think good luck is what you need. I know you're a good player as well, so you're going to absolutely smash it. Good luck to both of you. I guess a draw would be a good result. However, I think you might need to win the group to get out, so good luck to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a do-or-die situation in Group G. Fantastic end to the night for us, Lisa. We are absolutely treated here with these groups that we've had tonight. Been a fantastic night, and what a way to end it. A winner takes all kind of situation, and this is what you want. This is why we watch football. It's why we play FIFA. You know, this is the excitement that we want when we're playing FIFA or watching FIFA. I know for the neutrals at home, the likes of me and Tyler and everyone else watching here, Vic, and of course Jalen, it's been absolutely fantastic watching this. And we are heading back now to the Biscuitine game with Doobie, and Biscuitine has equalized, Lisa, with 2 minutes left. They have to win to go through. It is a do or die moment, and they're on the attack right now, and they're in the middle, and they pull it back, and they managed to do it, Lisa, in the last minute. It is Cristiano Ronaldo, and it looks like Biscuitine may have just scored a winning goal to put them to the top of the group, to send them through to the finals. What a finish. What a time to pull us back to this game as well. And oh my God, the scenes at Old Trafford right now, Lisa. This is incredible scenes. Yet again, Biscuitine finding the goal in the last minute, and it could be the most crucial one yet, Lisa.
I did say it'd be interesting. I mean, at the moment, potentially top of the group, and maybe we'll get an interview with them. However, it was interesting to see why they moved the players up automatically and a potential chance to go 4-2 up in the group. Looks like they're going to waste time. They know how to play FIFA. You know, they didn't need to go for it. They could see the game out, and it looks like it is going to be a win. I mean, what a game and a potential chance to score.
Oh my, what is it? Wow, and that is it, Lisa. It is all over in the final group match of Group H. Biscuitine has come back from the death. Twice they were down by 1 goal. They've managed to keep going till the end. And if there's one word I could think of when I think of the name Biscuitine, it is resilience, determination, absolute defiance. They have been in the trenches in every game they've played. They have played their skin out, and they listen, Lisa, it's well deserved. I am buzzing for Biscuitine. Commiserations to Doobie, obviously getting the 2 wins on the bounce, and then coming up against a resilient Biscuitine, who then takes the win in the final seconds, Lisa. It's so hard to take. We've all been there. And listen, commiserations to Doobie, played a fantastic tournament. But Biscuitine is your winner of Group H. And we have moved back over now to Group G, where we have a 4-way tie. And we were at the game of Walkie Gotham versus Gunji Lime. And Gunji Lime is 3-1 up against Walkie Gotham. And Lisa, it's non-stop on the go here. I feel like I'm on Soccer Saturday and I'm Jeff Sterling.
Really good challenge.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Like I did say yesterday, I didn't think anything was going to top it. And I was wrong. I am very, very sorry. It seems like you guys out there are just something else. And every single day from now on, we are going to see every single group top it seems like. I mean, you literally can't keep your eyes off your phone or your tablet or your TV, because if you do, you're going to miss a goal.
Absolutely. And we are seeing Gunji Lime looking to maybe see this out. We're seeing a very offensive, a narrow formation, and again we're seeing that Mbappe, Lisa, if you look on the screen, he's kind of moved up a little bit, so they're moving the position of him a little bit as well, you know, something that again I'm not that familiar with because I don't play this mode, but it does seem to have an effect, as we've seen it with Biscuitine move the players about, and it obviously had a big effect on their game. They brought it back from 2-1 to win 3-2, and of course I see Doobie in the chat as well saying this game is so funny. It is heartbreaking. You played a fantastic tournament. Listen, you can hold your head high. This game can be so heartbreaking and unforgiving sometimes, but don't let it get to you. You know, definitely look at yourself and have a bit of be proud about it, because you played a fantastic tournament, Doobie, and hopefully we'll see you back again in future tournaments. But right now we are at the game in Group G, Gunji Lime versus Walkie Gotham, and Gunji Lime looking like he's going to have a straightforward win here to give himself the best chance to top this 4-way group that we are headed into with the last games, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. These last couple of games, every single night that we've done so far, especially yesterday, has been tight, and they've been deciding of who wins the group. And as we switch to another game where it's currently 2-2.
Yes, this is the other game in Group G, Lisa. This is Glitch Money versus King David. So as it stands, Lisa, if this game stays 2-2 and a draw, we will see Gunji Lime go through as the top of this group if that scoreline stays the same at 3-1 there as well, because he will be the only one who gains 3 points. Absolutely fantastic end to this. We have the games going simultaneously at the same time as well. It's like watching the final day of the Premier League with 4 teams willing and going for the win to win the whole lot. And listen, Lise, this is high pressure. This is high pressure. Coming into this game knowing that everyone's on the same points, goal difference and head-to-head ties take a big part in it. And Haaland, with his right foot, definitely wasn't the right decision there to take that shot with a finesse. Maybe if Trivela there would have done the job. But again, Lise, it comes down to a little bit of nerves maybe shown there by Glish Money.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised you actually mentioned the final day of Prem, because we know exactly what happened this year with technically. I mean, City obviously winning it when everyone thought they were, gone. I think it was Aston Villa that they were playing, and they were in a winning position, and they come back. I mean, City for UA. However, in this tournament, I want to say Mystic Manly again, by the way. I did say that, as it stands, Gunji Lime will win, and it seems like so far, only person winning, that is potential to happen.
Yeah, as we close in on the final embers of our last game of the night, it is looking like, as it stands, as long as nothing has changed over with the other game, that Gunji Lime is going to top this group in the 4-way end-to-end games here, at least like 2-2 in one game, 3-1 in the other. We had the last-minute drama of Biscuitine making and cementing their place into the finals to win $1,000. Action-packed drama, and I said it last night, Lisa. I said it's going to get better, and it's only going to get better. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of the group stages like this. We have 2 more nights of this group stage area, and it's just going to get better and better, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely is going to get better. So far in this tournament, we've seen ups and downs to the players. We've seen last-minute winners. We've seen last-minute equalizers. We've seen, penalty missed. I'm pretty sure we saw yesterday anyway. It's been end-to-end. We've seen so many great saves as well from the goalkeepers. A potential chance.
Big chance there for Glish Money. And again, not green timed or anything, Lise. And it's a chance gone a-begging. That was a big chance to go ahead in this tie. Listen, if Glish Money does win this and Gunji Lime wins and they finish on level points, Gunji Lime would still go through because their head-to-head finished 4-2 to Gunji Lime. However, if King David wins this, then I'm just looking at it now. If King David wins this, then Gunji Lime will go out as their game finished 2-1 to King David. So if King David wins this game, he goes through, Lisa.
I mean, I did just read the chat actually. And when the last game we watched, when we saw the last-minute winner, Victor said, "I'm running around my house." I mean, if David somehow scores in this game, I'm sure he's going to be running around his house ×2. He might run out of breath, because this has been some amazing gameplay that we've been witnessing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not over yet. Oh, power shot. It's blocked very well by Alaba there and King David. And can King David get something here at the Dying Embers to make this an incredible end to the evening? He needs a goal, Lisa. He has to go all out. It's as simple as that. We are seeing an attack now, and Vinny Jr. is on the ball. He gives out to Carvajal. Carvajal, it's going down the flank. He's going down to the end line. He puts it across. It's saved by the defender, but he still has the ball. Can he get it back to a player? He's trying to get it in. It's fallen to him kindly. Good for the extra pass, and it's blocked on the line by the last defender, but he's won it back here, Lise, and a final chance maybe here for King David to secure his place in these finals. He's put it across, probably the bad decision. When you're in that position, you got to have a little bit of patience, and he just tried to get it into the mixer, and it didn't work out. Now we're seeing Glish Money on the attack here, and it is end-to-end stuff. David needs to get the ball back up the field if he wants a chance at getting into these finals, and he has an overload here, and it's Rodrigo who's going through. Can he get through? He's blocked it. It's falling down to him, and he's just overplayed it again, Lisa. I need a breath, Lisa. You're going to have to take over. I'm going to pass out.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy, this game so far, and it does end 2-2, which unfortunately does see both of these two sail out of the competition. But I do want to mention, it was very interesting to see, when I saw him actually go into the pause, I saw Benzema wasn't on the pitch, which I was very shocked about. I think it was Asensio playing centre forward, which is very, very interesting. I mean, could you say that went down to bite him, not being able to score in that final third there? We saw Rodrigo on the ball. However, if that was Benzema, we know his strong presence on the ball and he could have potentially have trivaled it. You know, how strong he could have bowled off the player and got a goal. Obviously, we do see that he scored 2 goals, but he seemed to have been substituted off, which is a very, very interesting choice, you could say.
Yeah, well, you've seen there, he scored both of his goals, actually, Lisa, as well. But I do remember when we were covering the game earlier in the game, it was actually at that point when he took Benzema off for Asensio. Maybe he was just trying to switch it up. Benzema maybe ran out of a bit of steam. You never know. But listen, Lisa, I have to update the people on how the other game ended. It was, in fact, Gunji Lime with the win, and it ended 4-3, Lisa. So the 3-1 lead wasn't enough. He actually had to get another goal to finish out that game. However, Gunji Lime has got it over the line, and he has managed to top that group in the 4-way playoff that we've seen. Gunji Lime with 2 wins, 1 loss. Glitch Money with 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss with 4 points. We had King David with 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw with 4 points. And then we had Walking Gotham with 1 win and 2 losses, finishing on 3 points. Incredible finish to this group. And like I said, I'm out of breath. I couldn't speak. Everything was happening at such a fast pace, Lisa, and it was absolutely amazing. And what a way to finish the night. Listen, Lisa, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to be back with the roundup and finish this night off. Do not go anywhere, guys.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh.
That was good.
Good job,
You've been practicing.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
One's a company, two's a crowd, three's a party coming, move around like the first rush when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. It's like a darling, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with you steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me, it's calling me, so I'm calling you. Lord, give me life to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me, it's a part of me, my biology. Yeah, it won't be over till the fat lady sings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine state, hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' ooh, smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. It's like a darling, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with you steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me, it's calling me, so I'm calling you. Lord, give me life to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me, it's a part of me, my biology. Самолет несет меня, будто в кулаке зажав великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Самолет несет меня, большой стальной великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me, it's calling me, so I'm calling you. Lord, give me life to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me, it's a part of me, my biology.
Baby, it's whatever. All this ever, but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if it don't play that for me, I'm out of here, I'm out of here. tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need an old man. Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need an old man.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. Lisa, incredible what we've seen tonight. I mean, I'm stuck for words. It just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, it does. I mean, one of the groups we had today, we've got to remember, it came down to the last game. I mean, it just shows the level of these competitions and the competitors taking part in them.
Absolutely. We had a 4-way tie going into one of them, and the other one was down to a head-to-head as well, which we've seen absolute scenes. Absolutely incredible. However, at least we do have a competitor here ready to talk to us. So we are going to jump over there right now and have a chat with them. Hello, Nathan. How are we doing? And Nathan, listen, tell the people who you are. Obviously, your name is on screen, but introduce yourself and what school are you representing, or did you represent today?
Yeah, so obviously I'm Nathan. I'm representing San Diego State University.
Very cool, man. Very cool. Listen, you know, you didn't finish exactly maybe where you needed to go through to the finals, but you know, if you could do something differently next time, what would it be and why?
You know, in that second game I had, it was 4-2 loss, and um, I was up 2-0 at half, and I just let 4 goals in. I wish I was more defensive. You know, this FIFA, I feel like defense is, a lot more important than any other FIFA in the past. So I just wish I would have honed in on tactics defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we were saying on commentary as well, you know, every time somebody went maybe 2 goals up, 3 goals up, you know, it's still not enough because this FIFA, you know, I said it, especially defensively, like you said, Nate, like it's manual defending for the most part. You know, in previous FIFAs, we've seen the AI really take over defensive capabilities and kind of, you know, create less of a skill gap in defending. You know, in terms of the game, this FIFA, I feel like you have to do a lot more manual defending in terms of right switching and kind of covering runs. And, you know, so no lead is really, you know, safe in this FIFA. So you are 100% right. But listen, it's great that you're looking at your game that way. And maybe, you know, you can always watch back as well, your gameplay and stuff like this. And I kind of, you know, look through it and say, and pick the cracks in your game and be ready to come back the next time. You know, I guess the biggest question is, did you have fun? Like, did you enjoy it? You know, was it a good experience? You know, what's your thoughts?
It was great. I mean, this was my first, FIFA tournament on Twitch. I had a blast. Even, third place. It is what it is. But I had a great time.
Yeah, I did see. I think I seen you in the chat saying that you just didn't want to come last, right? Was that you? I think that was you, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was me.
Brilliant. Yeah. Listen, you accomplished what you set out for, right? You accomplished what you set out for. Look, did you win a raffle? Did you win any goodies or anything?
I don't think so, but it's all right. It's all right.
No, listen, don't worry. I'm sure we'll be able to get some goodies for you for coming on here and talking to us as well. I'm sure we'll be able to sort something out. Listen, do you want to give anyone a shout out while you're on here? Any friends? Is there any competitors that are taking part that maybe that you might want to show some support to?
No, I mean, the guy that got first place in my group, I hope he wins it all. I hope he wins that final.
Okay. Why is that? Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I talked with him in the Discord between matches. Just a nice guy. And we talked during the match a little bit. He's just a cool dude.
Nice. It's
Yeah,
funny
I
because
can't say that
we
about.
did see that. We did see that I think it was Lime, right? Gunji Lime. He had his voice chat on as well, and they were chatting as they were playing. So it is pretty cool to see competitors do that as well. And it's very nice that you were talking to someone because essentially, it's bringing together a lot of students in around South California universities, and they're chatting. And who knows, you could have a friendship and maybe help each other out on the game as well, play friendlies outside of this tournament. It's bringing people together, and I think that's the fantastic thing about this tournament and about FIFA in general. That from people all over the world, like I'm in the UK, and I'm getting to see you incredible people who are taking part in this tournament as well. It's bringing us all from around the world world together, playing the game that we love, you know, because we love this game, you know, and it's fantastic to be able to do that. And I guess you kind of answered my question now as well, Nathan. You know, my last question is that could you first of all, could you see anybody really winning it from your group, or would you like to see anyone? So you've kind of answered the question there for me, really, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, Biscuit Teen was, you know, he went on. That's who I, you know, endorsed to win, you know, everything. But I really thought Doobie was gonna take it all. You know,
Yeah.
he won 7-0 in that first game, and then, you know,
Yeah.
I was up 2-0 on him, and then he came back in 4-2. I thought it was a close game for me and Biscuit Teen, so I thought, you know, Doobie was gonna blow him out of the water, to be
Yeah.
honest. And
Absolutely.
Biscuit Teen held his own, and, you know, came out the winner. So
Yeah, you can't fault it. They fought to the last second and got the win to send them through to the finals. Well, Nathan, listen, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've just confirmed as well that we will be able to give you some merch as well for coming on here and being such a good sport and a fantastic competitor as well. So thank you so much for taking part. Hopefully we'll see you in some tournaments again in the future. I know we have plans to do some more. So hopefully we'll see you there competing, and hopefully with the cracks glued up and ready to go in your game as well to compete and take that top spot the next time. It's been a pleasure, Nathan. Thank you so much.
sounds good, Danny. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Absolutely brilliant there, Lisa. And again, I just have to reiterate on the fact that, you know, it's bringing all of these players together, you know, and it's so great to see, you know, everybody coming together from different universities, me and you from different parts of the world. And, you know, it's what it's all about at the end of the day, isn't it, Lisa?
Yeah, exactly. He seemed like a really cool guy as well, by the way. I like the way that obviously he mentioned that he's basically going to be making friends out of this competition. It just shows the powers of putting on competitions like this. And obviously shout out to the sponsors, Coca-Cola and McDonald's, for allowing us to do this, and obviously Bragg House for even putting it on for you guys. But like you mentioned, there will be some more in the future, and I'm looking forward to it because with the way the games went today, very, very close. And like he even mentioned, you know, the games that he played, he didn't expect that person to win, and last minute, and with how FIFA is with defensively, he was 2 goals up, and then obviously, unfortunately, you know, ended up losing that game. But that just shows how it is, and I mean, what a tournament it's been.
Absolutely, Lisa. And listen, we have to talk about, you know, the standings. We'll start with the first groups that we had. Obviously, Daigoat going through there, Lisa, undefeated, 9 points, 8 goals scored, 2 against, +4 in goal difference as well. Very solid defense, but obviously very solid going forward too. You know, he had what it takes to get the job done, and he proved it in the end. The Randizzle in second place, Trulis in third, and Edgar Covey in fourth, respectfully as well. But Daigoat securing his place into the finals and a chance to win that $1,000. You know, in Group F, we had Ninja, who topped that group as well with 7 points, getting through there narrowly past Tuzo, who lost his final game, which would have seen him go through, Lisa, on goal difference had he just won that even by 1-0. He lost 7-2 in the end to Chris, who finished on level points with him, and a better goal difference because of it too. And then Bash Cortez at the end there as well with 1 point, respectfully, to end up that group. But Ninja through to the finals as well. Congratulations to him. We will be seeing him again very, very soon. And then, Lisa, we come down to the last 2 groups, and Group G was the 4 out of 4 free-for-all, for all we know. Like it came down to the last game, Lisa. All of them on level points. Grungy Lime getting the job done in the end with a little help from David and Gotham drawing. Talk to us, Lisa. I couldn't call a winner. You called it. You said Grungy Lime. You fancied it.
I mean, I just liked his name, to be honest with you. I can't lie, and the way he was playing as well in the first couple of games that he played, he looked like a dominant player. I think one of the games that he played, he did end up obviously not winning that game, and I thought that he had the better chances. But like we talk about in FIFA, sometimes the luck just isn't on your side; it doesn't fall in your feet, or the player blocks it. So I think going into the final game that he ended up playing to obviously win, I felt that he was probably the best player going forward. So, I mean, it just shows. Obviously, ended up topping the group there as well with, I would say, probably a dominant performance throughout this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And moving on to Group H, where we see more drama, Lisa. Like, again, it came down to the final game. It came to a 1-game playoff, so to speak, between Biscuitine and Doobie FC. Lisa, Biscuit Queen was on 4 points coming into this game. Doobie was on 6. All he needed was a draw to secure his place in the finals. And we seen that it was absolute heartbreak for Doobie, but absolute heaven for Biscuitine with a last second winner to see them through to the final, and Doobie going out by 1 point. Lise, they were using your team, Man United, so you were backing them the whole way. Did you really expect them to top this group?
I mean, I'll be honest, we all know, chat by now, that I am a United fan, and Biscuit Tea was the first person to use United. I do have to say, and I was praying throughout the tournament every time I saw them go a couple of goals down, or even a goal down. We had seen that a few times, and I was going to get a couple of goals back. I even said at one stage, if they equalise, I'm going to start doing the zoo, and you was like, nope, don't want them to score now. However, they did, and I think that's the key thing. And maybe, watching this tournament, maybe other people will use United because they topped the group with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to mention it, Biscuitine, they were down in every game that they played, Lisa. Like that shows incredible heart, incredible, determination. They were behind numerous times in some games as well, So they could be going into the finals, really, really happy with their performance. Yes, there may be some cracks in that game, considering that they were behind quite a lot. But I think it will definitely give them confidence moving forward into the finals, knowing that they're never out of a game, right? The old Trafford mentality, the Fergie mentality of Fergie time, that it's never over till it's over, Man United's mentality has been like that their whole life, right? The club is built around that mentality, and we definitely seen it with Biscuitine there. And listen, Lise, it's been incredible tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you on these group stages. We still have more, guys. We have more. We're here until Sunday, okay? We have group stages tomorrow. We have group stages on Friday. We have finals Saturday and Sunday. Me and Lisa are going to be here. Make sure you're here as well, okay? It's going to be absolutely fantastic. It is going to be incredible, guys, okay? So, Lisa, listen, not much else to say. I'm lost for words with how this went tonight. It keeps getting better and better, and it's only going to get more intense. It's going to get, the level of play is going to go further again and go up and up and up. We still have group stages to come. We have finals to come. I can't wait. I am absolutely buzzing for this, and I can't call a winner from it right now. I'm going to have to see all the group stages, but even then, there's so many great players. It's hard to pick them apart.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go, unless someone else goes United and tops the group. I'm backing Biscuit Teen. I can't lie. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna back them. I'm gonna keep backing them. I'm sure you're gonna back a Liverpool, someone that picks Liverpool, but there has been a few people that have done that now, or maybe it's just one today. However, I am looking at the chat, and I do obviously want to give a couple of messages in the chat I read. We saw Angel type, so excited for tomorrow. I can feel the adrenaline already. Good luck for tomorrow. I'm sure we'll be commentating over your game even. We also saw Real type in, can we get a zoo? I mean, of course, you've been here the whole time. I've got to do it. And then finally, we can see Biscuit Teen in here saying zoo as well. I mean, that is my person. You're going to win this tournament. And finally, one more thing before I go. Nate said, Danny is a legend. Bro is so nice. I mean, quick shout out to you there from Nathan.
Hey, listen, big shout out to the chat, man. Some of you have been with us from the minute we started to right now, and obviously we do all this because of you guys, to give you guys some entertainment. I hope you guys really enjoyed it. Shout out to everyone, Biscuitine, Chris, all you guys that took part, man. It's been a pleasure. Listen, we're back here again tomorrow. Hopefully we can see you guys then. Hopefully be in here getting the hype going as well, keeping our energy levels high, and we're gonna kick on. At least I'm so excited. I'm waking up each day so excited to get online here, and it's just not coming quick enough for me. I need it to happen as soon as I wake up because I'm so excited. But listen, guys, we are gonna love you and leave you with that. Again, a couple of things. A big shout out to our sponsors, Coca-Cola and McDonald's, for making this happen. Like you said, like that Nathan interview, we're seeing what it's doing for people. It's creating friendships, it's creating memories, and it's bringing people together through FIFA, and it's a fantastic event, and there's still plenty more to come. And to everybody who took part today, well done. Be very proud of yourselves. To our finalists, we'll see you very soon. But again, we are back here tomorrow. Make sure you download the Brag House app as well and get your brags on before the streams tomorrow, so that you have a chance to win these incredible prizes as well. Guys, my name is Danny Campion. I have been your host, and I will see you tomorrow. Lisa, see him out.
I mean, I was going to say I might as well let you do it with that great outro. I can't lie. I don't think I can add too much to it. But yeah, obviously, thank you to everyone that watched in the chat that has been supporting. Obviously, to those who've won as well, congratulations. I'm sure they'll be whispering you in the next coming days if they haven't already. But yeah, hopefully we see you guys tomorrow, because I know yesterday I said that nothing's going to top it, but today definitely topped yesterday. So I'm sure tomorrow is going to top today. So make sure to tune in tomorrow. It is currently 6:10 in the morning for us, and I mean, we're still hyped because of how good the tournament has been.
I'm not sleeping. I'm too hyped. I'm too hyped, Lisa. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping.
We're going to have some Coca-Cola. We're going to have to maybe have a McDonald's breakfast because of it as well. Who knows? But yeah, thank you guys for watching, and hopefully we see you tomorrow.
See you later, guys.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh.
That was good.
Good job.
You better practice it.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got one Sprite and one high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.